Hello, everyone. Day 5 RPG 8-bit project going live. We are just going to let the stream kind of warm up a little bit here, and then we're going to jump into it like always. I got to get my tweets out, and then we'll go over what we are up to for the afternoon. Okay. Sending that. And then come on over here and see what we are about. See what's going on. Oh, and I need some coffee. Definitely need my coffee. I'm just looking through a couple things here real quick, guys. Okay. 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 Got that out of the way. That is up and running. Perfect. We have our items in progress. All right, everyone. Still waiting for the stream to filter in a bit. But essentially what we're going to be working on today is more of our character inventory system and UI, kind of where we left off yesterday. So that will be good. I'm actually going to load up the battle scene just to get ours ready here and unload this, because this is where we have been doing most of our work. We're also going to be replacing our default UI as well, because we don't want to use two UI systems at the same time. It's a little weird. And then by default, we're just going to start showing our hero panel again, because this is what we've been working on. We got to get a whole bunch more data in here, right? So it'll be okay. Hey, Anderson, how's it going, man? How you been, Andy? Okay. That's fine there. All right. Okay, just a couple minutes. Gonna drink a little coffee. We're gonna jump into it. And we're gonna jump into it. We're gonna get the rest of our stats placed in here. These are working, right? There's a hero attached. These are working. We're gonna do a little bit of retrofitting. Oh yeah, we also want, just for now, I'm gonna hide the battle mat, because we really don't need to see it at the moment. And we'll finish up our UI. I need to make a small adjustment so that we can have some forward and back buttons to flip between the heroes in our party, because that's going to be important. But I'll do that. And then we need to put an inventory up on our screen. Well, we'll have a couple pages. We're going to have some different pages. You'll see. It's been awesome. It's been awesome, Anderson. I can't complain at all. Not one bit. Yeah, and then, we have to figure out how many inventory slots we want to use. We're going to be stealing some code from the examples in this inventory system, just the drag and drop stuff, really nothing crazy, which is part of the basic GUI system. But I was also curious about a couple other things that they were doing, which we probably won't use any of. Inspector class to edit inventory databases. We might also work on something like this, because this would be pretty cool. I would really like to allow us to edit items in game. So we might look into that. Right now, it's not our focus, though. Hey, Preston. How's it going, man? How you doing, buddy? So that's their database. Cool, fine. Equipment class works with item points or attachment points. Game items. Quality is polished. Sorry, some of this is funny. So I don't know if we need really anything from here. Oh, example drag and drop. That's kind of what we were looking for, right? Because we want to have a drag drop system. An on-drop event accepting a game object. In this case, we check to see if there is a drag-drop object present, and so create its prefab on the surface, then destroy the object. So it's just a mono behavior. This doesn't really do much, and of course it's all commented out. But I guess on drop, it's looking to see if it has a drag-drop item. If so, it's using the tools to add a child of the prefab. And then it's getting the transform, getting the world position, if it needs to rotate, blah, blah, blah. This is the drag drop item itself. And the prefab object that will be instantiated on the when you drag it on. So we could do this ourselves, I think. And then we destroy it. So it looks like there's some tools for NGUI that will help us out a bit here. On drag drop release, this will tell us what surface we're hitting. And this is, I guess this is all the code. Maybe they don't need this anymore. They just need to know it's the surface, because it looks like everything happens in here. Load level on click. That's very, very helpful. Not really, but oh my god, I'm gonna sneeze. Phew. Phew. Excuse me, guys. Apologize. Phew. Oh my god. Just kept on sneezing there. All right, so let me look at their example scenes again while we're waiting for people to come on in. Where are those at? Example scenes. I think they had a drag drop example. Anchors, interaction, maybe an interaction. Draggable windows, that might give us a start drag and drop. Let's make sure we save everything here. Let's open up drag and drop, because we really just need to identify what's going on in here, because this allows us, if we run this, it's just an example, right? But if we run this, it allows us to drag items from here to here, and this is essentially the functionality we're looking for. Boop. So let's take a look. What is stage? Oh, this is a 3D object, right? This is our drag drop surface. We don't care about that. I care about dragging and dropping between these. So between containers. So it looks like these containers both have a drag drop container. and it has a reparent target of the grid. So left scroll, so that's the drag drop target. And it also has a UI drag scroll view, which we probably don't need. Some days Eero explode. Just let it go, Gabriel. I'll take that advice, buddy. Thanks, man. Thank you, sir. So within the grid, so that's what they do. It looks like see, this left scroll view has a UI panel. It's a UI scroll view. Otherwise, nothing really special about it. Anything special about the grid. It's just a UI grid, even nothing special about that. All that we have here is a drag drop container. And I guess all the items in there become drag drop items. Let's actually look at these, see if there's anything special about these. It's a UI sprite. I'm assuming, there it is. So this has a UI drag scroll view. I don't know if this is needed. I think this is more important, right? Because this tells us the prefab. This basically tells us and makes it interactable. Clone on drag. Okay, good. So we need this drag drop item. We'll probably enhance that a bit. And that's probably it to make drag and drop work. We're going to test it out here in a moment. Actually, let's do it. Let's get started, guys. So drag drop container, example drag drop. All right. We can get out of these examples now. Let's get back into our scenes. Let's open up our test scene here. Well, not our test scene, but our battle scene. And in our UI roots, we have our hero panel. Right now we have hero data. So for equipment, do I want to keep the inventory open at all times? I think I want to use as much space as possible. So we're going to have a tabbing system essentially. But before I have to worry about that, I think we can go ahead and design our inventory. And then we'll have an ability panel as well. So under here, we're going to create an empty game object. And we're going to call this inventory panel. If I can find our game object, that's okay. We'll add a component of a widget because we're just a GUI widget. That's all we need. And then if we size it up large enough, I can move it around. Boop, that's what I'm looking for. Okay, so our hero panel, and we should add an anchor. Did I do that to this panel? I did not add an anchor. Maybe we won't need an anchor. And it doesn't actually matter because we're going to move it around even more later on. Snap to there. Okay, good. What are we going to put in our inventory panel? We're actually going to have two other widgets. This is just for placement. It just organization is all. We'll have our bag panel. Add a GUI widget. And we're going to put the bag at the bottom. Oh, this will have an anchor. Let me add an anchor. Because this will let me side it to the bottom. Oh, that is weird. what this, I mean, so this is anchoring to the bottom, but it's anchoring our top to the bottom. And if we anchor to the top here, that's, or is it anchoring our center? I thought I did this. Let me look at one thing here. Our stat grid, we actually added an anchor, but this wasn't a, maybe we should not anchor a widget. And okay, we won't do that. And we might not even make this a widget anyway. This might become a grid. Actually, this is definitely going to be a grid. Hey Rocker, what's up, man? How you doing? So there's our bag panel. We'll start adjusting some stuff. But in here, we're actually gonna create a prefab because this is gonna be a bag slot. And this is gonna have some items in here. We're gonna prefab it up and yeah. Oh, we gotta be careful because is this what, when I make the drag and drop, we might have to modify the code for the drag drop stuff. We'll see. We'll see, guys. But okay, so we have a bag slot. What is a bag slot? This is actually going to be a widget as well, just because it's a little container. And we'll figure out the right dimensions for it in a moment. That's probably too big. And we'll make it square, don't worry. That might be better. Let's see, gives us plenty of room. Yeah, okay. Let's go 395. Nice and square, right? Select. Oh, back panel should be a grid. What am I doing? Let's add a grid here, which is UI grid. Cell width is 395, 395. It'd be, oh, I should make this, we should add a little bit of padding on here, right? So if we add a couple of these, just for giggles, pivot top left. You can see how this is pivot to center, and we're gonna fill this up. Don't worry. But I want to make this 400 by 400, so that we get some padding. Let me see if that works. Top left, center. Did this? This didn't really pad us, did it? I don't want to cell snap vertical, horizontal. What happens if we add more? Three, six, seven. I want to see if we go to a new row. Just doing a little testing here. Looks like we don't go to a new row, so that's a weird grid control. We can constrain it to the panel. But still doesn't help us. We might have to do multiple. Just might have to do rows. And if that's the case, we don't need to use a grid control. There was a table. Maybe instead of a grid control, we want to use a table. So let's get rid of this grid control. And yeah, actually, this is a better scenario. So number of columns will be, see, 3, 6, 7, 8. See how this now snaps? And this actually gives us a little bit of padding, which is what I actually want. The only problem is the pivoting here is bad, but this is where we can now add an anchor. And, uh-oh. The whole bag panel. Oh, it's because this is a widget. I think. Here, let me do this. Let's delete here. Maybe this doesn't need to be a widget then. Let's take the yeah, we need it as a widget. Yeah, we do. So we're going to remove this. I'll show you what we do. We just have to create a second child object. And then we compare, we should be able to anchor into the bag panel. So create an empty object, name this our bag grid, add a component of a table, put all of these into the grid. Let's see, columns, 8 is what I said, right? 5, 5. This will look fine in a moment. Add an anchor now, hopefully. Hopefully, guys. Did I miss the combat gameplay part? No, nerd. No, nerd. Only a little bit. In this inventory, I don't like it. Oh, God, Faith. What's up, Faith? Okay, so we can have our anchor, and I want to anchor to the top left. Why is it anchoring all the way up there? Now I'm not happy. Oh, I got to tell it what container to anchor to. Duh. So we want the bag grid to anchor to that container. There we go. Perfect. Exactly what I wanted. And then I want to give it a little bit of an offset from the upper left. And we'll just do a relative. What is a relative? Whoa. So this is a relative offset, I guess. We'll do a pixel offset. That's better. And we want to do 5, 5, maybe. Maybe 50 instead. Excuse me. Now it's starting to come together. And then where is our UI table? Our padding's not enough. That's better. Better. Just aligning this, guys. Just take me a moment. I think that'll work. That should work. And I would like to get 3 rows here. So we're going to increase our bag panel size, which will give us more bag grid here. I want to copy. We're just lining this up in here. Then left. I got to adjust this a little bit just so it will re-render. And oh yeah, the bag grid. Why are we not? What happened? Did I not get my... It's not re-rendering just yet. Hold on, let me check something. Stop, there we go. So our panel has plenty of room now. Why is the grid here not expanding? Let's see, 3, 6, 8. Oh, because we need more. Let's see, let's grab 7 more because I'm looking for 3 rows. Let's paste them in. Let's move them in. All right, run and stop it real quick. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. And there's our inventory. This is just gridded out. This is only gridded out. We're gonna fix all of these shortly. Yeah, and this is gonna be a little bit. Do we need to be dynamic? I'm not sure, but so far the UI system's behaving for us today. We learned a lot yesterday on NGUI. Okay, so if this is going to become a prefab, we need to finish working on this now. But this is good. So this is a widget. Within this widget, we want to add a background image. Or actually, we can make this into a, we can just say add a component of UI sprite, and GUI sprite is what I believe we want. We have an atlas, select that atlas. Let's see, what sprite do we want to use for here? I want to use something that will work. What if we use that? Uh-oh. Oh, crap, guys. Hey, guys, sorry. Give me 1 second. Apparently, I kept my Roomba on. It's going to get very loud. I don't have my phone on me to turn it off. So please bear with me 1 moment, guys. I'll be right back. 1 second. Okay, guys, I'm back. Sorry about that. All taken care of. Nerd, we actually have, we've already implemented our game mechanic, right? We already have combat in place. We already have all that done. So now we're moving on to the next step to combat, which is inventory system items to go along with combat, as well as abilities. So that you have things to do in combat. Okay, so will this work? Is the question. If we use this. Let me size this up. 390 might be what we're looking for. Well, we already have size room. We should go to the full slot, right? Which was 395. I don't know. Let's see if we have several of these. All right, so we can actually delete all these other bag slots now because we're going to start working on this, and just to see what's going on, that's in our grid. Let's see how this lays out. It's good that we lose our sprite, right? What happened? What happened? Bring them forward. Why can't oh, there's only one depth layer. That's not our problem. Layer's not our problem. Why did we stop rendering? Let me see if they're went somewhere else. Or is it because I'm using a widget? Oh, I think I know the problem. We're using a widget and we're using a sprite. which is a widget itself. I wonder if that's our issue. Let me remove, because a sprite is a widget. But still strange that we're not rendering our sprites. Yeah, very weird. I think I might use a different panel. Let's use our beige light panels. And see if that fixes things for us. And these guys should be ordering. Let's run it. Still not rendering though. Not happy at the moment. I was playing Pulsar yesterday, Preston. That's right. Good morning, Rad. Yeah, we were playing some Pulsar. I'm trying to see if it's it's a depth problem, which it might be, because everything else is on depth 0. But I thought but this doesn't have a depth, and maybe that's what's messing me up. I don't think this has a depth, no, because it's just a widget. Okay, there we go. That was our problem. It was just a little bit of a depth issue. Yeah. So, all right. Starting to get our slots in place, and these will work. We also need to get a border around our UI table, or actually around the back panel. I wonder if I have something that will work here. I think I have something that we can make work if we slice it up. Let's see, we have a widget, we have a sprite. Let's see if we can make something work, a border-wise. Because really what I want to use is let's try this. I don't know if this is going to do it or not. 3426. By that, might have to go a little bigger. But that's gonna look weird, huh? Because it's a rounded. Now let's see if we can go with a different. We might have to go make something. Oh, I don't want to do that. Didn't want to do that. Let's go back. Sprites. I don't want to use a rounded sprite. Let's see if I want to use a square sprite, but I don't think any of these are square. They have a square border. We could go make one. Yeah, everything has rounded borders. And rounded borders are no bueno for us. All right, for now, we're going to skip it. And we'll come back and we'll add a border around there. We'll figure out what we want to do. Functionality first, guys. What do I think of NGUI right now, Faith? I'm okay. I'm getting over the hump on it. You lost your old crew, Preston? Which isn't you, by the way. I thought it was you, Preston. What's up, Dylan? How's it going, man? There's no diary, nerd. No. Sorry, buddy. We don't do diaries. You can go watch the old streams, or you can hang out. You'll catch up pretty quickly. Don't worry about that. All right, so let's do these. Let's work on our slot system here. From here, we actually want to create an empty object to hold the item icon. And this will be a sprite as well. And we're gonna have to create this, a new atlas for this, and probably mock up just a couple of test items for this to work. Since this wants to use an atlas, and we don't actually have the atlas for it, but just for giggles, we'll select something so we can put something in here, just to show as an icon. We got to make sure that that is at the right depth. Make sure this is going to be the right size, which that looks like it'll be good. And then we'll make these click and draggable. This is what's going to be draggable. Drag and drop item. No restriction. Do we want to clone on drag? No. Clone on drag means that when we drag it, the item will still stay in the slot, and we'll have a clone on our mouse. So let's make that interactable. Let's delete you. All right, so do we need any other scripts on here? I think I'm going to prefab this. Oh, yeah, sorry. We'll go ahead and prefab this up or not. I can't prefab this yet. We need to add a new script. I thought it was here. UI drag drop item. Let me add the other one. Yeah, so we need this prefab here. Let's get rid of you. And we might do this differently. So we might go implement our own drag drop item. But we need to create a prefab. The prefab is what gets created at the target. And we just want to use item icons, right? So this is going to become its own prefab. Create a new folder here. So these are inventory. Item icon will be its own prefab. Yeah. That will that work for us? I think that'll work for us, and I know, and then of course we prefab ourselves. It's a little weird. Bear with me. And then bag slot's going to become a prefab also. So let's now take bag slot. And since it's a prefab, let's create a couple of these just for testing. Let's make sure this works as it should. It does except the first one. Did I mess up somewhere? Item bag slot. What depth are we at? Oh. What the heck did I just break? Wow, that's fun stuff. Let me get rid of, because we're kind of copying. Hold on, let me get rid of these. That's the bag slot, should be on 1. Item icon should probably be on 2. Let me apply that. And then let me apply that. And let's see if we pop another bag slot in here. And play that. Okay, good. So what this should let us do game-wise, it should let us pull this off, but it's not. Do we need to drag? We need to make this panel, no, the grid, a drag drop container, and then the reparent targets. I don't know what the reparent target should be. I wonder if we should just go look at this script. And this is super helpful that this shit does absolutely nothing, huh? Yeah, that's helpful. That's nice of us. What does this do? On start, if reparent target's null, we'll use our self. So let's see if we use our self. Let me see what happens here. Nope, still not. We might have to go look back at the example here real quick. When I have a free moment, will you show me how to activate my animation triggers? What's that, Preston? It's going to need to be dynamic and have a scroll view. 9-grid slicing. I know, Kane. Oh, I agree, Kane. Don't worry. The 9-grid slice will happen. We stopped on it yesterday because NGUI 9-grid slicing was very weird, or the image we were trying to use for the 9-grid slicing just wasn't working. So we gave up on 9-grid for a little while. Not our final images, so it doesn't really matter. Okay, hold on, let me save everything. Let me go back to their scenes. They have a drag drop sample. Drag and drop. So in their sample, this is kind of what we're looking to do, if you think about it. We want to drag and drop, right? Boop, to a degree, but we don't really want to lose the slot background, so we got to be careful there. I wonder if we need to make every slot item its own little drag drop container. That might be what we have to do. So we have a container on the left, which is a drag drop container. I don't know where this, oh, the grid, the container is the grid. Oh, maybe that's, and we can make it ourselves. And then each item is it's also a box collider. I wonder if the box collider is important. Because that gives us the clickability on it, right? And it's a trigger. Yeah, I think we might have to add a box collider. Oh, it's a UI button as well. What is the UI button? Oh, I think the UI button is actually what we need. Because then it makes it clickable, and you can do the drag overs. Let me check these. Left scroll. Make sure nothing else. I don't think the rigid body doesn't matter for us. Container left. Also is a box collider. Meaning that you can show me how you activate my animation triggers. I can, Preston, yeah. Once we get this figured out. Just a panel. This is just a scroll bar, right? Oh, which is a button as well. But that's because we want to click and because that's our vertical scroll. It's our grid. Items, icons, just sprites. And there is our UI sprite. So this has, right, the prefab. And it's a UI button. So let's go back and see if we have to make something a button. Also, let's look at the script for this. Let's see what this script does. So there's a drag drop item. Can we look at drag drop item, which is a mono behavior. In the awake, we do look for a collider. So a drag drop item looks like it wants a collider. It wants a button. It also wants a drag scroll view potentially. So on press because it's a button, right? Let's keep track of this. In updates, excuse me guys, wow. It's using basically the button to know if we should be drag start dragging. We will, if clone on drag, which we're not doing. Okay, on close, on drag. There it is. On drag, drop, start. Formula related to starting the drag drop. If it's not null, so it looks like this might be optional. Disable the collider so it doesn't intercept events anymore on drag, drop, release. If it's not null, right, we enable it. Okay. So we need to make it a button and have a collider. And then in our example drag, drop, release, essentially we're going to check for surface. And that surface needs to be an example drag, drop surface. I think this is going to put it in the game, which was not what we're not looking to do, but we can go write our own. And we don't necessarily want to destroy the icon. Okay, so I just wanted to get this up and running as a test, and then we'll go write our own drag drop script to work in our game. Let's go back to our scenes, open this back up. If we look at our slot, we want the item to be the drag drop. So this needs a button. UI button. Unfortunately, what kind of button did it need? Go to definition. So okay, don't care. We got to choose the right button. Is this going to be the right button? It's a UI button. This is the right button that we're looking for. Okay. So drag over, do nothing. I don't think we have to worry about anything else here. So it's now a button. And we need a collider, right? We need a box collider on it. Let's see if that's enough just to let this first slot drag. Still not letting us drag. We might have to debug and see what's going on. So we have a collider, we have a button, we have that. Let's debug it, guys. Go to definition, on press. Is that what we're looking for? There's an on drag start. In the button, does it have to be enabled? Colors, that's fine. On click, I don't think we need an on click. Okay, let's see what we got here. Oh, event system, Mango, you might be right. I think we need an NGUI event system. I think Mango is onto something, guys. Yeah, I think Mango might be onto something. There is, let me look this up real quick. Or actually, let's go back to, we can save what we got. If we go back to their example scenes. I think they do have an event system hooked up somewhere. There's a drag and drop route. What's a drag and drop route? Do we need a drag drop route? Huh? There are two scroll views. Drag and drop is possible by attaching the drag drop script, or in this case, a script derived from it. You can move items from one scroll view to another. You can also drop items. From one scroll to another is possible. Okay, by using a drag drop container. Thank you for that. I want to look at this script real quick, which doesn't really do anything. When a drag drop event begins in an item, it will reparent itself to the drag drop route instead. It's useful when you're dragging something out of a clipped panel. You'll want to reparent it before it can be dragged outside. Maybe we do need a drag drop route. Let me see here. It's the icon. No, not the icon. This is the drag, but we don't set a drag drop route. In our container, our reparent target is our grid. So that shouldn't matter. In the scroll view here, okay. But I don't think NGUI has an event system that I can see. So, I'm gonna Google it. And GUI attach script to a sprite that has a collider. Drag and drop your target transform in the target field. Could be your sprite's transform or parent if you want to move all children together. So maybe that's what we were missing. So there's a target transform is what will get dragged. All right, let's go back to our scene. Back to our item icon. This is what we're trying to make clickable, right? I wonder if the slot is it shouldn't be messing with us. Does it need to be a trigger? Let's try that first, just to see. No, doesn't matter. We have our UI button. Button. Let's look at the script for a UI button. Let's see what causes us, let's see, is enabled. It uses a collider. Do we need to add a 2D? No, we can't have a collider and a 2D collider. Are we enabled by default? Where is this enabled from? Normal enabled, right? Which were enabled. So we're going to get the collider. If the collider is enabled, we're enabled, right? So, and our collider is enabled. All right, so, and I guess there's a set to disable it, but I don't care about that now. On init, we look for a UI sprites or UI 2D sprites. On enable, there's an on click, of course. We don't use click though. We're looking for mouse down, which does not appear to, UI button color. Let's go to the let's go to the base, which is okay. Does this have our mouse down clicks? On enable, on disable. On press is what we're looking for. Let's see if this gets called by any chance. No. Oh, that's the sprites. Well, let's see what happens if I just want to put something in here real quick to see. See, this is not even getting triggered at all. Everything's getting triggered. No, on drag over, we don't want to press. We want to do nothing. I want to clear that back out. Doesn't look like there's anything else to add, and we do. Oh, did we need a box collider? Or, yeah, box collider is a collider, right? I wonder if the collider is not big enough. Yeah, our collider's too small. let me get the collider up to snuff here. Check out something real quick. Okay. So now the collider should be big enough, right? Our collider was too small at first. Let's see what happened. Oh, crap. I didn't save that. Let me stop. One moment here. Item slots, box collider. Apply that. Okay, so we definitely have a box collider that is large enough now. Keep going up to, hold on, we're gonna follow this up. Oh, this does nothing. Acts like a non-resizable widget when selecting things in the scene. Does the box collider, how do we know when we are colliding? Does this have, UI button it has on click, but what we're looking for is press. Sorry about that, guys. Let me turn that off. Where you at? Go away. Thank you. Let's get rid of that. Wait, where'd my button go? Did we closed down button, didn't we? I want to see if anything gets set here. If anything is getting called at all. We're going to set a bunch of breakpoints. Maybe this will help us. Go to definition. On start, we don't really do anything. Let's look at this though. Enabled. Okay. Okay, and we are still attached, right? Good. Let's hit start. We get some breakpoints. All right, so by default, we're disabling ourselves, it looks like. We don't have a call stack. Resets the initial state. So is plain, we're just going to return. We're not going to do anything. Not going to do anything. So let's get rid of that breakpoint. That's always good. So, all right, now we're on enabled, but we're not playing. Well, hold on, let's see. Init done is false. Let's get rid of that breakpoint. All right, now we're actually running the game, right? So is enabled. We have our collider. We are enabled. If init done is false, we want to call if init done is false, you just want to call hover. Otherwise, we're gonna awake. Oh, UI widget. Let's take a look at UI widget. Might have the collider stuff going on. Let's look through UI widget. Yeah. Render. Draw region, height, raw pivots. Oh, has box collider, which we do. I'm seeing if there's an update function or checking for collisions. Creates a panel check layer. Okay, parent, that's awake, which that's fine. There's on init, on start, anchors. There's on update, which is if panel, we create a panel, otherwise, that's all we're really doing on update. Else if not play mode, parent has changed. Okay. Update our transform, geometry. Doesn't look like anything's happening from there, which is, that's fine. There's our UI button. On init, which is UI button color on init. Do we have a tween target? We do have a widget. We have a sprite. We don't have a 2D sprite. Okay, that stuff's fine. Okay. I'm gonna get rid of on init now. Gonna get rid of you. Not helping at all. So click's not working. Let's, as a test, oh, what did we get? Oh, this is on disable. Go away. Go away. Let's, yeah, we stopped. All right. Let's see if we can just get a button to work at the root here. So I'm going to add a, call test. Add a button. Get rid of some other breakpoints. So there's a UI button, and we need to add a UI GUI sprite. Just pick something. Make it real big. We can't see it. Oh, I didn't want to add it to the hero panel. Why is it not rendering though? Why is it not rendering? We have sprites. Let me check to see if it's just rendering play mode. No. Uh-oh. Did we froze? Oh, get rid of you. Don't need you. Yeah, why are we not rendering now? There was on collide, Kane. Oh, was there an on collide? Did I miss on collide somewhere? Here it pass spine. Where was on collide? Was it in still not in hero? I don't want it in hero panel. I guess it does it have to be in hero panel? I want it to, I guess it needed to be in hero panel. Oh, okay, sorry. Got it to render, that's fine. I wonder if we should add an on click just to see. Oh, we also need to add a collider, right? For this, I'm actually gonna add a 2D collider. A box collider 2D. Let's see what happens here. And then size for it. Maybe I don't want a 2D collider. So I had a normal box collider. Good enough. Right, should definitely collide now. You said there was an on collide. UI in, let's go back through again. UI widget, auto resize box collider to always match the widget whenever it's resized. We're not resizing though. Has box collider. It's the resize of the collider. That's on validates. Upgrade. Okay, so it's not in the widget. UI, where's our color button? Interaction. UI button color. No collide in here. Just a UI button. And there's no, well, let's say that is enabled. Nothing about collide there. Are you sure, Kane? I don't know where it was. Maybe it was in drop container. No. Drag drop item. I don't know where it was, Kane. I can't find it. Isn't there like a UI button component? Yeah, Mango, we got it. We got a UI button component, right? UI button, right there. There's a button. On collision, I'll check for on collision. I could do that. Nope, nothing, no on collision either. On coal. Let's see if we can find it a different way. On coal is going to get button color, but that's okay. Because we can look through UI input. Not seeing anything that's helpful. Nope. I think it needs to be a trigger as well. Yeah, unfortunately we tried everything. I mean, I'll make it a trigger. We have definitely tried that. We have it as a trigger. And that's our collider. Collide is fine. But still nothing really happening. And we have, let me make sure I'm still debugging here. Okay, good. Because in UI button, button color, one of these has a pressed. On press. If tween target, if is enabled, UI camera O. Do we have to say, do something in the UI camera? Where's our UI camera at? Event type, I wonder if we have to, that shouldn't matter. Event goes to colliders. Process events in update. Event mask is everything. Allow multi-touch, auto hide cursor, event sources. So we're using mouse, touch, controller, keyboard. Thresholds. Raycast range. This has got to be something to do. I don't know what debug does, but let's see. Oh, active events. So it's registering a click. right? It knows when has an active event. So it's capturing a click. It's got to be something to do with the collider, or it's the event masks or something. What if we do a 2D UI world or 2D UI as an event type out of curiosity? Oh, selection is main camera. Hover main camera. It's only seeing the main camera here. Can we move the main camera down? What happens if we run now? Huh, why is it getting the main camera as our selection? And not seeing our colliders below it. Right? Yeah, so hover is main camera. Let's take a look at something here. Let's go back to their sample scene, to their drag drop scene. Where are you at? Let's reopen this up. Let's look at their camera setup. They have a main camera, and then they put their camera under their UI root. What I want to do is in the UI camera, I want to turn debug on and see what we get from their debug. So they don't have, so when we, oh, okay, there's on hover. So main camera is the selection here as well. But look at this, when I hover over this, it gets UI roots, 2D. So it's, the hover is actually working in this stuff. So what's different about this? It has a UI root script. It has a UI panel. Has a sorting layer. Doesn't, I wonder if it's something to do with my depth being messed up, but, well, or it could also be that our camera is attached into the UI root, and then that's where we're able to see stuff. So I can make that change, I think. Hey, the second droid, how's it going, man? And then this has a box collider, and it is a trigger. And then this does not have a box collider. The grid does not have a box collider. And then the items have a box collider, and they are triggers, by the way. All right, so let's go back to ours. What if we move the camera? This, I don't know if this is gonna mess us up or not, but worth the try. You're new to stream and programming. Well, that's awesome, Droid. How's your day going, man? So it's still not capturing anything. There's our box collider, and it is trigger, right? What am I doing wrong? What are we doing wrong? All right, let me Google it, I guess. NGUI button not working. Go to the camera the button is being looked at by. Change its event type to 3D UI. Go to the button that, for whatever reason, doesn't feel like working. Change its box collider from 2D to the 3D box collider. You literally just don't use a 2D collider, 2D UI, and it's fine. If you have put your panel on another layer, go to the camera the layer is being rendered by. You should see event receiver masks. Now add the layer that your NGUI panel is on. Well, our panel is on the UI layer. So let's do this. Go to the UI camera. Event receiver masks. I'm assuming that's here. But we can switch the event types too. Let's do that. Let's mess with the event types. Let's do a 3D UI. Thanks for the follow out there. I appreciate that. Now, but still not getting anything. Does not like us one bit. Remove the box collider from your button and then add a component box collider. Select box collider from there. Now double click on the button and set collider size according to your button size. That's it. Well, okay, that. Thanks for that, dude. We already did that part. That we have done. Well, we can give it some Z, but that's not going to affect. I don't think that'll affect anything. I get a notification, got to turn off. Okay. Yeah, so far, all we see is the main camera. This is so weird. I wonder if UI root needs a box collider. Well, we can add one. We can add a box collider here, right? Let's just see what this does. And let's make it a trigger. Let's see if it triggers. No, because then UI root should be basically getting on hovers, I would assume. But no, that didn't do anything. I'm going to remove it. Remove. That's very good, huh? Let's look at another article. What type of collider are they? 2D, 3D? Automatically updates widget colliders to match widget dimensions by default unless you explicitly disable that option. Look for the collider option on your widgets. Where is our widgets? I want to disable. I want to do that. Let me find a widget here. There's supposed to be an option to. Maybe they got rid of it. Because I don't see an option to do that. UI panel, depth, clipping, sorting layer. Nope, I see nothing for that now. That's us. Cull widgets while dragging. I don't care. Explain from scratch? What? Sorry, I cannot explain from scratch, sir. Unfortunately, I'm not able to do that. You'd have to ask me to start over. Sorry. Auto adjust on collider. This is, how old is this article? This is actually only a year old, so you think this would be similar. So colliders, root settings, auto adjust on colliders, that part of the root settings. Is there an auto adjust on collider? If we look at our UI roots, I don't see guys seeing think of it as choosing the fit desktop. Thanks for that. I don't see an auto adjust on collider option anymore. I wonder if it's gone. New scene, place the U button on it, can see its color change. Button. These are people with like buttons moving. That's not what I'm looking for. Is the end GUI UI on the UI layer? What layer are we on? We're on the UI layer, which is right. Okay. Let's make sure our camera is not. What if we put a camera in the UI layer? I just want to see something if that changes anything. I don't think we want our camera in the UI layer. No. Our hero panel. Let me make sure everything's in the right layer. Game object, because it should be from the parent. So everything's in the right layer. There's our UI camera scripts. Oh, we say, I thought I changed this to a 3D world. Event mask has everything. Colliders go to colliders. There's our UI camera. Do we have 2 UI camera scripts? Oh, is that a problem? Should we have 2 UI camera scripts? Are inherited from the first camera? I think so. Yeah, and the event mask is everything. What if we just do event mask of nothing and just do UI? What if that's our problem? Do 3D world here too. Maybe also the main camera didn't have the right event type set. Oops. No, we're not getting any hover, nothing. We might have to set up a new scene just to see what we're doing wrong. It has, yeah, everything is set. One other thing I want to check here. When we play this and we look at our, okay, we're running, did it actually resize my box collider? Okay, it did not. Box collider is still the correct size, right? But we're still basically saying we're hovering over the main camera, which is on that layer. Event mask is only going to the UI layer, which makes no sense. I don't know. Hey, Puto, what's up, buddy? All right, let's new scene this up and play with it in there. Whole new scene. I'm just gonna do a whole new scene. I'm gonna add a UI camera, which is our event system. 3D UI, events go to colliders, everything, turn debug on. Let's get the whole thing going here. Let's add a new object, which is going to be our roots UI. And we'll keep everything normal. And then in here, let's add a new object, which is our button. And then add a collider. And then add an image. What is it? UI image. No, UI sprite. Get everything in here. Where'd it go? UI sprite, set an atlas, whatever. Give me a sprite. Cool. We have a box collider. This camera's in my way to see my, well, let's, and then hold on, sorry, camera, turn debug on. Let me see what this does. We're hovering over game object now, guys. Let's give this a name. Let's give these some names. Call this root. And we'll call this button. Now it's not hovering over main camera, and here it's hovering over our root. I mean, it's not finding this, but we're getting a little closer. I would really like to just move this camera out of the way for a moment, so I can see the button and the box collider, because the box collider is too small. Okay, let's run it now. Let's see if it hits this collider. Hey, look at that. It's working. Why is there a cam in root, Preston? That's just what it does. When you add a UI, it adds the real camera. It adds a UI camera. Okay, so let's look at these properties. 3D UI, colliders, everything. Root is on the default layer now. Button, everything's on the default layer. 3D UI, oh, events should go to colliders. I'm going to put this on the right layer now. Okay, so what if we put root on the UI layer? Yes, change all children. Apparently everything got real small on the UI layer. We'll adjust size in a moment. But we're still seeing it, even though the hover, right, and when we select, oops, don't need that. I don't need this anymore. Okay, good, go away. So it's still finding it, even though it's on the UI layer. So, okay. 3D UI colliders into our root. I'm just seeing what's the different options. Sorting layer is set to UI. UI panel, nothing special going on in here. We just call we padding, show panel tool. Visible though, not on. And in the button, just a collider set. It's not even a trigger, so the trigger doesn't matter. This, nothing special in here. And nothing special in the sprite. So nothing crazy going on, guys. We have a main camera, and then we have a UI layer. And the sorting layer is set to blah blah to UI, which is good. Excuse me. All this is defaults. Hey Andy, what's up, buddy? It's good, man. It's good. All right. I'm actually going to save this. Scenes. This is going to be our new test scene. Oh God, that was so loud. Fix that. And let's switch back. All All right, so we have the same thing, right? We have main camera, default layer, UI camera, 3D UI. That was a difference. Events go there. UI routes on the UI layer. Sorting layers right there. All this is the same. The camera, 3D UI. Let's put everything back. And let's see what we get. We still get main camera. Oh, whoa, wait, hold on, it's working. Oh my God, guys, it's working. I think, ooh, and we even have drag and drop going. So the issue was the 3D UI. The issue was in our main camera was 3D UI. Let me move the camera back up. Let's get this back to where we should be now. And I'm gonna delete you. We don't want you now. I think we just solved our problem. We wanted 3D UI and 3D UI. Anyone punching? No, I've never killed anyone punching in H1Z1. It's the drag and drop, guys. Okay, look at that. Look at the hover on there. It's finding it. Oh, so sexy. So sexy. Oh my God, the hover. We gotta fix the how fast we move though. We move so slowly. I think that's the mouse drag threshold, maybe. And then we get all screwed up if we, because this is in a wrong target, right? We'll fix it. And then we'll recenter, because I can do this. Uh-oh. Boop. Okay. How do we fix the speed? Let me Google that. Because we at least got targets working now. Drag speed. Yeah, item positioning problem. And we could also clone too. Let's take a look at a couple things here. So item slot is our, what if we do clone on drag? Let's see what this does. So that's what clone on drag looks like, by the way, right? Basically, it clones it onto the mouse, but we're not we're almost, I don't know why, but there is some scale being applied to our transform. Like, the further away I get, the slower we move. Or no, it's just, it's weird. Very weird. Very strange. What if we mouse drag 0 pixels out of curiosity? No. Let's go the other way, 40 pixels. I think these are thresholds, not really what we want to do. Sorry, let's put it back to 4. Yeah, it's like some lerp going on, Preston. So there's the clone, which is part of bag. Let's go look at the code. Why don't we just go look at the code, right? There's a start dragging. Now that this is working, we can actually go see what the heck's going on. In start dragging, if clone on drag, we get our game object. Where does it actually do the clone at? Oh, we add a child of game. Right. Okay. We basically add ourself as a child to ourself. So that's how we're cloning. And then we clone all our positions. Okay, get the button, item, and then we call on drag drop start, which is fine. So no matter what, we always go here. We find our UI roots, find in parents if we have a grid or if we have a table. And we actually are a table, right? If we think about, we are a table. Why? Oh, we disable the table, I think. Why is our table disabled? Hold on, let me see something here. UI tables on. Why is this a table? This should not be a table. Because our grid is now the table. Yeah, let me delete this. I don't think it's going to affect too much. Because this should just be a widget. All right, so there's our table. Okay, what else does this do now? We do a tween position. No, that's if there's a tween position. Otherwise, there's a spring. Oh, I guess we can add a component on for positioning. So there could be tween or there could be spring positions. And if we look at our item slot, there's no tween here, I don't think. On drag drop move, we say where does M trans come from? Invert trans direction, inverse the direction, and we add that to our local position. That's when we release. On awake, it's just our transform. What's a spring position then? What does... Oh, this will try and pull us back, I think. Which is not what we want, of course. Yeah, well, it's already springing back because I don't think it's a spring position. I think this basically only lets us go so far, and it'll try and pull us back all the time. I want to delete you. A tween position. What's a tween position? I guess it's just going to try and tween between two, which we don't want either. So yeah, I don't know why there's a weird lerp going on. We might have to just add a debug right and see what's up. It's on drag drop move. We pass a delta. So this delta, yeah, so where does this come from? Let's go to the root for this. Drag drop item on drag drop moves protected, which is just a mono behavior. Is that can't be true, right? Unity on drag drop move. Item appears moves slower than mouse. Oh, I found let's look at this. I just randomly found an article on exactly what's going on. You have a broader performance problem that is slowing up. No, we don't have a performance problem. But I have about, yes. Unless you're using a hardware cursor, software cursor always moves slower than your finger. Think about it. I get that. This looks like the problem. Don't know where in, okay. Drag and drop, it works fine, even if you change to a fixed size, takes root pixel size. Oh, We have a pixel size adjustment. I wonder if that's our problem. When I have a drag drop item under a UI stretch, the item is not following the cursor correctly. The question is, how can I scale? It's a problem of scale, which is our problem. We have a 5 scale, right? You should put the drag drop root on an object without size modification. So we could try a different parent. So inventory grid, boom, boom, boom. UI root is what scales UI based on the resolution. Set it to a fixed size, which you do, but we still have a camera scale going on. Let's see what this is. Make sure to take UI root pixel size adjustment count when dragging. Is to update the position within on drag using this. Let's try this real quick just to see what happens. Let's detach. Out of curiosity, right? I just want to see what we do. Okay, comment you out. Otherwise, we'll try their other trick to have a drag drop root outside. What's up, Leash, man? Long time no see. Hey, Rick. How you guys doing? Good morning, everyone. Good morning. No, didn't do. Yeah, it's a 5x. That's basically what's going on. I'm pretty sure. So this didn't do it. Let's undo what we did. There is a drag drop root that we can add. Game object empty. Drag drop root. And that's all it is. And I think it'll use the scaling from here. In our UI roots, if I remember where we do this, we can set a drag drop container. See how the reparent target, we want to just, is that this, right? I thought I called this drag drop root. Drag drop container, and I think I almost want to move the container inside. We're going to do that later, but let's see what that does. Because it should use this this new parent as its transform, and hopefully, now we're not able to move it all. This one moves because it's not using it, but go away. I can't move. I can't move anything. That did not work, guys. Let me check something here. Let me see if I have to scale it. No. So there's our item moving, by the way. See our item moving? I think it's, I think it's very small. And there's our drag drop root got moved into our panel. I'm gonna mess with this a bit. So, yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's not helpful at all, huh? Also, excuse me. I'm going to remove the container from the grid. remove component because it should be part of this. The slot should be our container, and our icon is what we move around. Drag, drop, no, container. And then let's try not repair anything this time and see if we still get the same problem. Why do we still have this? Oh, go away. I think it's finding the drag drop route no matter what. So we still have our problem. I think we're just gonna have to fix this our own way. What if that, because I know we have a factor of 5. Throw the whole UI route into the drag drop route. There we go, guys. There we go. As you can see, that's what I wanted to do. And we'll probably override this. We won't do it to here. We'll have our own drag drop item, and we'll make this work properly. But okay, so that is fixed. Why are these things getting all messed up in the grid? Why is the grid moving all over the place? Why is the grid going nuts? We have our padding. We have our items. Let me see something here. Should I apply this? Button collider. Let me apply that. Let me apply that now. Let's just keep one in here. Okay, so not moving around. It kind of jumps, right? You see how it jumps? If I go slow, no, sometimes it still does it no matter what. That's terrible. What's jumping? Why is that jumping? I don't know if you guys can see it because of my refresh rate on stream is kind of low. Are you still multiplying the delta by 5? Yes, Preston, I am. What is jumping this? Bag slot 212. I'm going to see if it moves. Yeah, see how the bag slot's moving? 221, boop, to 240, 305, 333, 277. Why is that happening? Something to do with the drag drop container, I'm pretty sure. So we want to keep this in place. And I think it's because the bag grid is not updating every frame. If we go look at the grid script here, the UI, why is our table disabled? Oh, our table got disabled. That would probably cause this to happen. And why can't I enable it? All right, let's go look at the script. Set if value, reposition true, enable true. So on start, we disable it. Is it time to reposition? I think we basically disable all the time. Reposition. Where is this reposition? Go to implementation. Context menu, execute. This will reposition everything, but why are we not as a test, this is probably a terrible thing to do, but I just want to try it. Void update. Reposition. If enabled, reposition. Does the slot have a collider? No. I think it's, well, it's for whatever reason the grid does, it only updates on start. It only lays out on start and then it's done. Still not doing what I want to do. And it's because actually we're not enabled, right? If I remember. UI table gets disabled. So let's also do this. If not enabled, enabled is true. Let's keep it enabled. Is our grid moving, by the way? 632. I just want to make sure that that widget's not moving. Okay. Bag slots is still moving around. Is this not even getting debug attached? Let's see if this is even getting run. This is not even running because we're not enabled. When we're enabled, run doesn't call. This is silly of me, right? Enabled is false. Where do we have on start? I'm just going to comment you out. And on last update, let's see what we do here. Okay, so on run now. Oh wow, this just got this got all moved around. But more importantly, we can go look at that. Our UI grid is still running. Our item slot is still running. Whoa! Whoa! Wow, that's pretty awesome. Why is that moving? As soon as we let go, though, we do fix ourselves. The bag slot has... Oh, look at our bag slot transform. We do need to move the transform out of here. We need to move it out of this transform because our parent transform's adjusting, so it's messing with the grid. It's all about the mini game, Preston. Let's add this back now. Okay, so creating empty object, drag drop root. Let's see if drag drop root works for us this time. So does not work for us. Well, maybe because we need to add it to the hero panel. Or maybe just make the hero panel the drag drop root. Let's try this. Oh, there we go. There we go. Right, and that worked. That worked. That's a working. That's a working. So now can I undo what I did? Completely. And will we not pop around? There we go, guys. There we go. Oh, no, we're still moving around. No! We might just have to call... All right, I know I'm going to do this. I know what I'm going to do now. Close enough. Figured out enough. Let's go implement this. We have to write these scripts anyway, so it's not that big a deal. I'm going to create a new folder for the battle UI, for UI. I'm going to drag a few things in here. Battle UI and character UI, all this. Move it in here. new script. This is in item slot drag, item slot drag item. I know, sounds weird. Yes to all. Okay, so if we go to the example, we'll keep that open. Close everything else. All right, I didn't keep it open. Good work on me. Examples, scripts. I'll find it again, don't worry. Actually, I don't think it's a sample script. I think it's just part of their scripts. Interaction, UI drag. Well, we just need a UI drag drop item, right? Item slot item. Okay, so instead of a mono behavior, this is a UI drag drop item. And we want to, in our own item, on drag, excuse me, on drag start, it's called base. I want to get our table, which is a UI table, right? It's our parent table. Can I use start here? Go to definition. Does this have a start? Protected virtual void does have start, so we just need to override, well, not override, but protected override void. Why is it not here? Start, there it is. Just double check, okay? Go away. So in our start, we want to get the parent table is equal to ngui tools. I think that parents find in parents, right? Find this component on the game object, one of its parents. This function has become obsolete. Why is this obsolete now? Is there a different way to do that? Get component in parent, that's why. UI table. So we want to find our parent table because on drag start, we want to reposition. Let's see if that does anything. So item slot drag. So if we go to our item, instead of using an example, what the heck did I just get rid of you? Item slot drag item. Clone on drag. Just use a public variable and use the inspector to assign it, Preston. You could, but that's terrible, man. I mean, you could do it. There's lots of ways to slice this, right? What I'm trying to do is prevent... I don't know why this is popping. Let's see, back slots. It's a weird UI effect. And it's bugging the hell out of me. But I think we might just live with it for now and fix it later. Protected, override void on press. Parent table reposition as well. That's how they teach you with Unity. Yeah, but here's the problem when you do that, Preston, right? All right, let's go through your scenario here. If on here, if I made a public item for UI table, and then I say, okay, there's our UI table, and then we have to parent it. You are now tying your item icon. You're tying this script to a very specific element in the UI. What if I want to create another FYI? We're going to use these item slots in other grids for our equipped items up here. I would then have to remember that I have to go parent a different item to it. Where instead, if we go this route, as long as an item icon is a child of a table, it will always find it. Does it do it when you clone on drag is off? Ooh, that's probably does not do it with clone on drag is off. We'll test that as well. But I think I just fixed it. It's something to do with the on press, because I think the on press is slightly adjusting our position, and looks like I just fixed it. So we're going to live with that. But we could also, yeah. But yeah, there's multiple ways to do it, Preston, right? I would rather do it programmatically, because that way I don't have to worry about going to parent it explicitly. Table still not enabled? Yeah, Preston, table will never get enabled. They disable the table, and that's okay. The table being enabled doesn't really mean anything because it doesn't have an on update processor. If you call reposition, though, it will reposition all the children. And our problem was the on press. And I think even if we didn't do in the item icon, let me apply this. Let me try and apply this. There we go. Even if we didn't do a clone on drag, we'd solve the problem because it's something to do with the press of a UI button. So now if we have multiple slots and we run this, everything's looking pretty nice. We need to go implement some more things here, right? For instance, the item icon, which is using a UI button, and not a UI button, it's using a UI sprite. I want to grab that as well. This is the item icon sprite. It's just to get components. Icon sprite sets. I'm seeing how we can set the sprite name. Sprite within the atlas used to draw, okay, so that's that, and then atlas. How do I set the atlas? There's got to be a way to set the atlas, right? Oh, there it is. Atlas, this will... Is this a getter or setter? Yep, atlas use, so good. Because we're going to be making a small little change here on how we define our data. So we have to take a small step back from the UI, and we have to implement something else in our battle system. We have to start implementing our item system, just to a small degree. Ability, items, add a new class, base item. Okay, base item. Base item needs some type of data. For instance, we need to set the atlas it's on, what its icon image is, then obviously all of its game stats. But right now I just care about the UI aspect of it, and then we'll start getting more data on it. So we want a UI atlas, and I wonder if I should make this a mono behavior. We'll think about that in a moment. UI atlas. And then the sprite name within the atlas. Yeah, let's just make that a mono behavior. Why can't I make you a mono behavior? Because I'm not spelling behavior correctly. So that's a base item. Let's go back to our drag drop item. Because a drag drop item needs a base item that it's bound to, which is its item. That lowercase scripts in, I know, right? I know. We got to go adjust our namespaces. We'll get to it, don't worry. Budo, it messes with me too. So let this rebuild real quick. And now we can drag an item on here, which is a base item. If we pull up our items, we should be, no, we can't do that, of course, because that's not instantiated. Do we want to go that route? Actually, we don't want to set it that way. I mean, it's fine. We can keep this public. It's not a big, that's not the problem. Well, this needs to be a getter setter. So I want a base item. We want to execute some logic when on the set. So here, just return item. But on the setter, we'll say item is equal to value. And we'll call it update item. Let's just do that, actually. Public item is equal to item, and then what I want to set from that is take our item icon sprite atlas is equal to item atlas, and item icon sprite dot sprite name is equal to item sprite name. So that will bind up what we're looking for. Why are you not using this? You mean, why am I not doing this? Is equal to item. Why am I not doing this versus this? Because this is redundant, right? And in Visual Studio from 2015 forward, it'll even say, hey, you probably should remove that because it's redundant. I do want to pass in value. Thank you so much, Kane. And not pass in item. Yes, thanks, guys. Thanks, guys. That's why I have you here. Solve all my bugs for me. So item slot drag item to get us up and running. So we have a base item. Let's add a class. Test item, just so we can test all this, which is a base item. Public test item. In the constructor, I want to say atlas. Here's a good, this in GUI tools, maybe atlas, anything. How do we look up an atlas? Do we just say new UI atlas? I don't want to do that. What is a UI atlas? Do we just have to clone this? Oh, it's a mono behavior. Okay. So we can just grab our atlas from our prefab. This might not be the best way to do this. We'll have, what's the resource loader? what is it? There's a way to load a prefab. Unity resource load prefab. Resources.load. And then we'll have a different way of doing this. This is just to get us up and running, guys. If we look in our images, we should have, that's the prefab that we want to load. Advanced UI, so images, advanced UI. And this should load as a UI atlas. And then we want to set the sprite name. In our UI atlas, I just want to use that image right there. Cursor, sword, gold. It's lowercase gold, right? Yeah. Okay, and then in base item here on start, just so we can try this, I'm going to say var item is equal to new test item, and then call updates. Say item equals new. Do this way, sorry. And we'll debug this and see what's going on. Tag. Sorry, shirt question. How can I make in a shader a variable from the unit? I want to control an animation variable from your shader. How can I do? Hopefully someone in chat has an answer for you, Tag. Unfortunately, I haven't done much messing around with shaders in Unity yet, so I could not answer that for you. My apologies. Sorry, I gotta fix something here, guys. So if we go back to our item slot, is there a way to clear? I want to delete this. I think I'm going to delete my UI sprite and re-add it. Remove components, UI sprites, just so it's empty. Save everything. I want to attach my debugger actually up here. Debug, attach. And let's debug through and see if I screwed something up. I'm sure I did. I'm sure I got something wrong. We have our parent table. We found our icon. Let's go into here. Will the resource load? Is this the right way to load a resource? We do not have an atlas, so that was not the correct way to load a resource. What path do we give it? Locate. Oh, doesn't it have to be in a folder in your project's at? I don't think we have to give it. I think we just give it a name. I don't think we give it a folder. It just has to be in your assets folder, I believe. Path name of the target folder. Here, hold on. Let me see. When using the empty string, the function will load the entire contents of the resources folder. So I guess it has to be in the resources folder. Isn't assets in the resources folder already? Let me Google this. Unity resources load subfolder. Yeah, this might actually not work for what we want to do, huh? Because I think we could move the folder. I think we actually do need a resources. So if we add assets, create folder, stop running first. If we create resources and move this into resources instead. Apparently I moved it to the root. Now we should be able to just load that directly. I'm sure someone in chat saying the same thing. Sure you shouldn't just use a public variable again? No, Rag, because Ragathan, if I did that, remember how we're going to have to end up doing this. I don't want to have every item drag and drop into some running object in Unity. It's kind of terrible that way. Start this up. Think about it if we had, assume we had 500 items. You don't want to have to drag 500 items in the UI into 500 public variables. That would not be fun. What just happened here? Invalid cast. Cannot cast from resource type to destination type. I think this worked, but it's a game object, and then from there we get the UI. Okay, that's fine. What we want to do is say, terminate. Resource load, get components. Sorry, this is a game object, right? It's a prefab, of course it's a game object. Get component of UI Atlas. And it helps if I put parentheses in the correct place. Okay. You'll do it and you'll like it? Oh, I don't follow that, man. You get out of here, Regno. Well, I don't care what they say. All right, so we have our atlas. We have our item. We set the atlas, set the sprite name. Let's take that off, and let's see how badly we're screwed up here. If we go to our item icon now, we should have UI sprites. We're not showing anything though, so that's not good. If I reselect it to something else, oh, I have to set, no, what's our problem? Why is this not working, guys? Why is this one working? This not work? This work. Advanced UI, UI Atlas. What if we reselect the Atlas, select a sprite, still not showing? Is it the, oh, it's the size, isn't it? It's our size. We have to set the item size. That's our problem, 300 by 300. Oh, and the yeah, there's some other data we got to set here, which is fine. Depth 2, which we'll set. Boop, there we go. That's our problem. So if I just for now, I'm going to hard code it. We'll figure out how we want to pass that down. Item, icon, sprite. Oh, well, you know, we actually don't need to pass that down because I deleted and recreated it. That was my problem. We don't need to reset this data. This should already be set for us. Right, boom, and then hit apply. That was our problem. I deleted the sprite, I recreated it, I forgot to reset up the properties. And now let's run. Let's run it, and there we go, right? Okay, so that is passing through correctly. I like it. I like it a lot. I want to do the on drag end targets. So for that, there's our bag panel. Let's create a new empty object. This is our yeah, call it our inventory. Well, we already have an inventory panel. These are our equipment, equip panel. That'll work. And then let's add an equip. This actually won't have a grid because these are going to be pre-created slots in order. So it's fine, but what I'm going to take is a bag slot. Actually, do we care about the bag slot? The bag slot doesn't have anything. It's just a drop container. We need the item slot. So let's create a new equip slot. Yeah, equip slot. Because this will have our own custom script very shortly. And this is a drag drop container. Well, we do want an item icon in here, though. And let's move this around. Oh, and the equip panel needs a widget. Why am I not getting... There it is. That's what I was looking for. There we go. And now for our item slot, which has an item icon. Oh, for our back slot, did we have a UI sprite? Oh, we did, which is panel RPG-lite. We're going to do the same thing. UI sprite. And beige light. Actually, what's the size we were using here? 395. Let's just make them the same size, basically. And these we're going to manually kind of move around. What's moving here? Why is this off? Let me fix something here. There's our panel. What is this? Oh, it's our item icon. Reparent. There we go. Move this. This is just a test. We'll have better icons or text or whatever. Now I see drop support. It's coming, Kane. It's about to hit. It's about to hit. This also is going to be a drag drop item because we can move items back to the inventory back and forth, right? And this is a drag drop container. I think we're going to have our own. We just need to know what we're dragging into, which is, all right, let's go create that script now. Create a new script. This is a equipment slot UI. And then on the equipment slot, equipment slot UI. Item icon. Everything should be right. Let me just make sure we're looking okay. We gotta set the render 4 to 2, I believe. Okay. Obviously, we don't want anything in there by default. But that is what's going on because we use the item icon here. So I'm going to put a little hack into our drag slot icon in the on start. Let's check for the parent. So var is equip slot is equal to get component equipment slot UI. Not equal to null. And then if not equip slot, set a default. So if we rerun this now, that did not work apparently. Get component in parent. Sorry, that was our problem. Rerun that again. And good. So we have items here, and we just need to do the drag, the drop support. And we're going to do that right in our item slot drag item. So protected override on drag drop released. We can get the surface that we're dropping on. So the surface that we're going to drop on is the item icon. So we want to do this, right? Var is, well, we're going to need the equip slot. Or do we care if it's an equip slot? Let's just do that for now. Sorry, for at the moment, we don't care about the equip slot at all. Because we just want to drop it on there. So from the game object, get components of our self, we want to find our item slot drag item here, right? Get components. Target. Because target item is equal to this dot item, and then this dot item is equal to null. Important thing for us now, if item not equal to null, fix u, else we want to clear out the image. So say atlas is null, and sprite name is empty. So we want to transfer the item essentially over to the target. Let's see what that does. Let's see what it does, guys. Apparently, I broke everything. Let's put a breakpoint here, put a breakpoint there, and put a breakpoint there. I think, yeah, debug, attach. My new test item here might, not wrong attach, might be incorrect. I might have to construct our test item a little differently. Maybe. Okay, so equip slot is true. We're going to skip it. Next one is false. Good. All right, we actually have an item. Oh. Well, that's weird. Guys, anyone know what's going on here? Why is item is resolving to null? Item is resolving to null. What? Unity null check. How can I check if an object is null? Destroyed object not comparing to null. I wonder, oh, you know what's going on? Yeah, hold on. So this is kind of true. It's because my test item, base item, go to implementation, yep, is a base item, which is a mono behavior. I'm gonna get rid of that for now. mono behavior overrides the null check essentially. And if the mono behavior is not attached into the scene, even though it's an actual object, it will return null. So this check was correct, but we want to get rid of that. That be our problem, guys. All right, let's rerun that. Okay, so now can we drag and drop? Well, no, not yet. But so we have a null reference coming up here, right? Line 40. That shouldn't matter. Interesting that we don't have a parent table. Oh, we don't have a parent table in here. Let me fix this. If parent table, and then if parent table, oops, that's not where I wanted it, guys. That's not helpful at all. In here is where I wanted it. So if there's a parent table, reposition. But that's not our problem. Let's debug. That's a problem. Maybe it's our problem. Maybe it wasn't allowing the drag drop release. Get rid of you. Get rid of you. I just want to see when drag drop release happens and where everything goes. Okay, drag and drop. We're not getting an on drag drop release. Go to implementation. Let's go to the parent. Right? Because why are we not? Is it because I'm cloning? I don't think so. On drag start. How do we on drag drop start? On drag drop move. We call stop dragging. If dragon. Okay, so let's put a breakpoint here. On dragon. This does get called. We are dragging. On drag drop release calls oh. Oh boys. Oh boy. Do I have both of them in here? Oh, let's get rid. Tween color's fine. Item drag drop. Why is the sample running? Where is that coming from? Item slot drag item, that's us. Container, item slot drag item, that's us. And that's that. UI item drag. I don't know why this is getting called. Example drag drop item. What folder is this in? Okay, in R is just a UI drag drop item. Let's run that again. And let's shake our heads at wondering what the heck's going on. Because I don't know what's going on. Very, very confused right now. Let's look at our, oh, when we clone, I wonder if the clone is getting the example. It shouldn't, it really shouldn't. So we don't need a breakpoint there. Yeah, why is this happening? Autos. This is an example drag drop item. Get type in here, sorry. Which is a drag drop item. I'm going to go into the clone on drag and see what happens. Because this is not making sense to me. But yeah, so obviously this isn't going to work for us. And that's why we're not getting stop drag. So here's our start dragging. We are an example drag drop item still. On drag start. I don't know why this is being used. I'm almost going to delete this and see what fails. I think I'm going to do... What is the problem? What's the problem, Cash? What's the problem, buddy? Where's this example coming from, guys? Drag drop roots. Doesn't do anything. Oh, there's our item clone, by the way. Item clone. Let's take a look at item clone. No, item clone. Oh, there's... Oh my god, it's up here. Was I blind this whole time? It's right up here. Remove. Apply. Gone and gone. No, not gone from here. And remove. Okay, guys. That was fun. That was super fun. Boop. But look at that. There we go, right? Oh, we're not deleting from here. Our item slot, drag item. We're not deleting or we're not cleaning up. We gotta look at the UI sprite. Oh yeah, it's not unsetting itself. Okay. We could look at that. Attach, debug, attach our Unity. You go away. You're gone. You're gone. Don't need you. This is what I want to see. There's our on release. Okay, so item is null. Atlas is unset. Sprite is oh my god, it's in the clone. Yeah, there you go. Preston, I just saw what you said in chat, and absolutely. It's because we're in the clone. You know what? Let's stop cloning. I don't think we actually need to clone. Clone on drag and apply. Let's see what this looks like if we don't clone. Yeah. Boop, but then we get that stupid pop. But yeah, that's basically what's going on, right? Oh, but now we got to go figure out how to... and then the problem is in the when we release, we need to do some fixing up here. So we were cloning because it solved some other problems for us. Let me check something. Go to, does it tell us where we come from? UI drag drop. Clone on drag. We kind of just clone ourselves. We do the transform, we get the parent, game object, we add ourselves as a child. And that becomes the clone. And that's where the drag stop happens from. Okay, so if we take clone off, on drag release, we have to kind of snap ourselves back. So when we drag, we are the item icon that's under the drag drop root, and we removed ourselves from the bag, right? And when I let go, we have to, okay, no, this, I can do this. Debug, detach. If target is not null, else, if we have a parent table, we want to reposition the table. I think that'll fix us up. Yeah, I know, Preston. We should just fix our problem. So if I drop it, it's coming back. Is it not reparenting? No, it is, right? So here's a child of the bag slot. If we drop it correctly, we're fine. If we drop it here, we're fine. And we want to recenter it. We'll fix the positioning. We'll update its local position. But if we drop, maybe I just need to do that. Maybe it's a position problem. See, if we drop here, why did it let us drop here? Item icon comes back. What if I reset and then we rerun? Let's try that. Else, our surface, not our surface object, this dot transform position. That's what I'm trying to do, recall. That's what we're working on. We don't allow it, but the positioning is messing us up, it looks like. Do I have to do local position? So if our position is 0, 0, we drop it out, we start moving it around, and we drop it. There we go. Boop. Now I can't drag it at all. Why won't it let me drag? Well, it's dragging around, but do we need to fix this on the other side? Oh, we have two item icons now. Oh, we dropped the item icon on here, didn't we? Oh, which is, that's our base item. We should, okay, hold on. I know another way to fix this. Don't do the else. And I actually don't, what if we don't do this? What does this do? Maybe I don't also want to call the base here. Go to implementation. Let's see what the base functionality is done. So if not clone on drag, clear the reference to the scroll view, re-enable the collider. So if, is there a droppable container? We are basically repositioning. But we'll go fix up the position, that's fine. But you see how we set up a new parent? Then we find in parent, the new grid, and the new table. And then we say mark is changed. Notify the widgets that the parent has changed. But this only happens if it's not a clone. So that's another, I think that's another reason. And then we, otherwise we destroy the object. I think so we actually do want to use clone, guys. We actually want to use clone. Because clone, we don't want to take our whole object, and we actually don't want to move the item icon because it's that's our grid. We just want to execute our item logic here. Which means we don't have to do any of this. We do want to use clone. But what was our problem with clone? We had a problem with clone, right? We didn't have the target item when we know. Now I don't remember what our problem was with clone, so let me turn clone back on. And let's remember. Let's go remember what we were doing. drag it again. Oh, we're not clearing out. That's right. Our problem was this doesn't know our original target. But we could fix this, I think. Basically, when we call this, this method doesn't work, right? But that's okay, because there's another way we can do this, I think. If I call get component, because it's not really cloned. It's not a real clone. All the components are still the same. If we get a component of our item slot drag item is null, I think that will do it. I'm not sure, but let's find out. Rawr, rawr. I want to use clone, but we need to get back to the original item when we clone. Like, we need to know where we came from. Where was it at? Here's cloning, right? Instantiating object and add it to the specified parents. But we're using ourself. And I guess this makes a clone. But the original game object is there. So I guess this clones it completely. Oh, it calls an onClone. Oh, we could do this. There's an onClone function. Okay. We got this, guys. I got this. Private cloned from is null. Watch this. So protected override on clone. Cloned from is equal to the original .get component of item slots. There we go. So there's our original. And then, oops. When we on clone, we just want to use the cloned from. That'll do it. That should do it. Boop. There we go, guys. And we still have an item slot here. We should be able to move this back. And then we get 2. Why do we get 2? Oh, this is using a drag drop container. Hold on 1 second. This is set to not clone on drag. There we go. And then this clone on drag, it needs to be applied. And then we can move it back and forth now, right? Back and forth. Perfection. Of course, we want to add a swap now as well. So let's see. Var old item is equal to target.item. So this will store the old item in case we had one. And then we'll say if... Oh, we don't even have to worry about that. We just say cloned item is equal to old item. And if there was no item at the target, this will be null anyway, and that will swap us. So we just want to do a swap instead of setting it to null. So then now we can drag here, and if we drag here, it will swap us. I know it doesn't really seem like it's swapping, but it is. And there's our drag and drop system, guys. Dragged and dropped. I like it. Oh my god, that was a little crazy. I need to see if something else is not broken, because we did some camera adjustments. I'm going to turn off the UI routes, and I'm going to turn on the battle mat. And just make sure that things are rendering appropriately. Okay, good. things are still rendering as they should. Let's turn that back off until we finish our UI system here, and then we'll get the game back on. Credit, though, for all your input, Brad? No problem, man. You can have all the credit. You can have every credit you want. All right, let's finish up our panel now that we have a basic system in place of drag and drop. Holy smokes. That was way harder than it should have been, by the way. This is... We're going to do something a little funky here. I'm going to create a script that is a bag grid script. And I want to open it. And of course, it did not actually open it. That's fine. In the UI, bag grid. What is this? This is a UI table, right? Let's get our table in start. The component. Let's grab the UI table. But I want a public int grid size. And then for int I is 0, I is less than grid size, presi. I want to dynamically create our bag slots. So our bag slot is, I also want to make this a prefab. Public game object grid item. And I believe bag slot is already a prefab, if I remember, if I did this correctly. Which is an item icon, bag slot. Yep. Okay, let me add my bag grid as we go here. So grid size, we do 8 by 3, so 24 possibly. Prefabs. Do I not have this as a prefab? Well, let's make it a prefab. Bag grid. I didn't want to make bag grid a prefab, bag slot. And it's already a prefab. Yeah, I thought so. Cancel, delete you, yeah. There's bag slot. All right, bag grid, slot in there. That's a grid item. Var O is equal to instantiates the grid item. And that will, and instantiate the grid item, and transform is our self, and false to make it a child of us. With this, oh, sorry, transform, there we go. And then more importantly, after we create all of these, I want to call UI table.reposition. Okay, so now hopefully I can delete all of our bag slots and run this and see what happens. Look, we got all our clones. That's great. Unfortunately, it does not have our child object. What? Open this up. Let's just add it back here for a second. Battle slots. We have a separate, thought I had an item icon. Let's add it down here, fine. And then we'll resave this, apply, see what that does. There we go, that's a little better, Our grid's all messed up, but we'll get it there. Why didn't it like that? The spacing is crazy. Did I mess up grid size? There's our padding. Grid slot, which is our battle slot. Equipment slot. Oh, this is missing so much stuff. This was so old. Because I'm sorry, guys. I think what I will do, I can copy and paste that. Right? No. Copy, paste. It's not doing what I want to do. That's fine. We'll just reset these up. This needs to be a drag. Or should I just use the equip slot? Nah. Drag drop container. My bad. We have no reparent target. I guess we don't need that anymore. Battle slots. Oh, battle slot's not what I want this to be. That's my problem, guys. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh, man, I'm messing stuff up. You go away. Hold on. I got to put a battle slot back on here. I am not having a good time right now. About to screw a bunch of stuff up. Let me reapply that. A battle slot is for something else. Go away. I needed an item slot. I guess... Oh, inventory. There, that's what I'm looking for. Go away. We have a bag slot here. Let me check it. I found it, guys. We found it. So I get rid of bag slot. Let's... Not a battle slot, a bag slot. It's so close in name. It's so close in name. There we go. That's what I'm looking to do. So now I don't have to manually drag all of these items on here. We have a script that says how many items do you want, and we will duplicate them. Obviously, in the real, when we finish the script, these will be blank, or we'll pull this in from your inventory. Maybe we should do that now. Let's add that as a small little framework. So items. Let's add a new class. An inventory bag. Which has base items. What's in your bag? Let's see. Const int max bag size is equal to 24. And this is just going to be a public getter. And this is a read-only list. Does Mana not have a read-only list? Or am I thinking of a read-only list differently? List as read-only. There is a... Well, I'm thinking about it differently. I can just do a list as read-only, which is a read-only collection. That's what I'm looking for. I want a read-only collection. And it's going to be backed by a private list of base item. We don't want to modify the bag outside of the inventory. I just want to give them back a collection of them. If that's the case, this should just be an I collection. And I'll show you what we do here. Bag. So instead of doing all of this, this is just going to be a getter. Get will return bag.as read only, and that will do it. Return it. Okay, so now we have a public void add base item, add to bag, and this will be a bool item, because we want to make sure that if bag count is greater than or equal to max bag size, return false. Otherwise, bag.add item. Yeah, can't access iCollection by index. I know, Rag. Which is, do we care about that? I mean, it's a good point. Do I return true? Do we care about... Maybe we do. Because we want to swap things around in our inventory. We'll let them do that. Okay, so we're going to do a read. Actually, if that's the case, then yeah, we'll do a read-only collection. And now public avoid swap base item A, base item B. We'll let them swap positions. Var A IDX is equal to bag index of A, B IDX, square bag index of B. Sorry. So we have our indexes, right? Var temp is equal to bag of A IDX. We're just going to do a simple swap now. And then we can go bag of A IDX is equal to bag of B IDX. And then bag of A IDX. Oops. Am I doing this the wrong way? I'm sorry. Yeah, no, right. B IDX is equal to T. Add a little swap there so we can swap items out of order. Yep. And that's true. We can do an I read-only collection if this supports it. I'm sorry, read-only list. I read-only, that's fine. Read-only collection is okay, which I believe does support indexing. I hope so. I believe it does. We'll double check. We'll get it. Don't worry. We'll get this right way. Add to bag, swap, public, void, remove from bag. If bag contains item, bag remove item. Okay, so we have a swap, we can add and we can remove from our bag. That will give us an inventory bag and a battle component. It's going to have an inventory. And we'll set up some inventory. Okay. So if that's that, how do we wrap all this together now? Well, our hero panel actually has our actor. So I think we want to make sure that the equipment grid, which has all our grid items, and maybe even the bag slot, so that a bag slot needs an index. Does the bag slot have a script yet? Okay, so let's add a bag slot script. Back to our here, add a bag slot UI. Reload all. Confusing me. All right, so bag slot UI needs at the very least public int bag slot index. It's called a bag slot to know what to pull from. And we should have a reference as well to the public inventory equip. What did I call it? Inventory bag. That's the bag. Okay, so now we have a bag slot UI, which is at our slot level, not at the item icon level. I wonder if I should move it to the item icon instead, to tell you the truth, because that's where everything really happens. We don't really care about this slot. Well, no, we do. I think I'm going to go get the child for item slot drag item. Should we do that way or should we do it the other way? If we do it the other way, I think we'll do that. Is equal to get component in parent bag slot UI. So when we have our parent, because this will let us do our swapping, the removal, all that fun stuff, right? So if target's not null, I need to know what kind of target this is. So we have the target, var is an equipment slot. Let's grab that as well. So from the target, get component in its parent, the equipment slot, so is equip slot. So I have old item, we have new item, so I still have all that data, don't have to store it. If not equip slot, well, let's do this, because I also want to get var is equip slot source. We need to know going back and forth, right? Which is the cloned from get component in parent of equip slot UI. And swapping within bag. Okay, so we're doing a little bag swap right now. And we did this, we already did the swappy swap. So then we can say old item. We can't use old item. We have our item slot drag UI. Let's see, var source drag item, get components. Okay, so the source drag item, because our source drag item has our bag. It knows what our bag slot is, which then has our bag slot number. Because we have to do a little swappy swap. So we'll say bag dot swap. This will work. Of bag slot. Right, bag slot is our number. Oh, we don't want to do the number. We want to just do the item. So we can get to the bag. Okay, this is good. This works. We have old item. Swap old item with target item, which is new item, right? There we go. All right, we're going to debug that and see what happens. Well, what's up, Trump? We're going to set up a temporary bag to get us started. So we have a test item. I'm going to have 2 items. I want a test item, copy, paste. And a test item 2, because I want to use, I think it's white. If we can look at our atlas here, resources, is there a way to show the atlas? Sprite, we can look at some sprites, there we go. Silver, let's look at silver. So we have gold, silver, that's fine. Test item 2. If we go back to our hero, our battle components in the constructor, just to set up, actually we'll do it in the inventory bag. Everyone will have the same inventory right now, which is okay. Inventory bag. Add to bag, new test item, add to bag, new test item 2. Get the right namespace in here, or what doesn't it like? It's good if we do this. Good if we actually name the class correctly. All right, so we have a test item. We have a test item 2. Now it's good. So everyone will get a default inventory back on the UI in the battle grid. Yes. So when we're setting up the grid, I want to bind all the slots. So when we're creating this, var get the bag slot is equal to O, get components. So we can say bag slot dot slot is equal to I. And we got to set the bag as well. Now, how are we going to get the inventory? That is going to come from, so our inventory panel, we're going to go up our parent. So let me see where I got this. There's our inventory panel. There's our bag grid, which is a bag item. I think I'm just going to add a reference to our character UI, which we can pass through, which will give us our actor. Let this recompile. Boop. And then our hero panel has our character UI. So from character UI, we can say character UI dot inventory. No, sorry, actor inventory. Boop. That will set the bag on whenever this updates. We're gonna have a callback. I don't want to do it in update, I don't think, because when we swap between different characters, obviously we're gonna have different inventory, and we just want to refresh the UI bag. But for now, this will get us up and running. So this will create all of our slots. This will bind it into the inventory slots. Sorry. So now when we go to the bag slot, we're going to change this implementation a little bit, because at start, actually we'll do this in update because that's fine. We have our bag, we have our slots from the UI, because we can go bag item bag.bag of bag slots. And we'll do this at start. Get component in children. In our inventory prefabs, when it pops up, We want to get the, what am I looking for? It's our item slot drag item. Item is equal to item. We have to go make a little fix, FYI. In the inventory, we're adding this. I'm going to call fill bag. I'm going to create this as a private void. We need to basically have all of our slots. Yeah, this will be interesting. We want to make sure the bag has all of the slots filled, and they'll just be null, and we'll replace them. So add to bag and remove from bag is going to get updated. But for fill bag, for int I less than max bag size. Also, just in case bag is a new list, bag.add null. So this will give us a full inventory bag. Every slot is nulled out. When we add to bag, this logic needs to be fixed. So we say where e not equal to null dot count. Find non-null bag slots, and then that is fine. Now here, for int I less than max bag slots, var check is equal to bag of I if check is null, bag of I is equal to item. Break and be done. So that goes away. When we remove an item, var idx bag get find our index. I think we have to, yeah, I guess that will be fine, which passes in a match. I think we can pass a lambda, hopefully. E equals item. That'll find our index, because then we're going to say bag of idx is null. If idx less than 0, just return. Okay, so that will remove, that will swap. This is, we have to do something a little different here. If A not equal to null and B not equal to null, our logic just gets a little more complex, but that's okay. We can do a normal swap. Else non-null item is equal to, if A not equal to null, then use A, otherwise use B. And then we'll find the first null item, and then we'll swap with non-null. And we'll find the index for this. And there will be a third check we'll do. I'll do that first. IDX of non-null item. And then for int I is 0, I less than max bag size. What does underscore mean, Joe? It just means it's a local variable to me. It's just my own internal naming scheme that I use. I use these to be private class variables. So we'll do a check. If the check is null, that's our swap target. But now we can't just, well, we know what I is, we know what the old index is, because ultimately, and we know it's null, so that's fine. We don't have to store a temporary variable. You know, bag of I is equal to non-null item. And then bag of IDX, which is where non-null item used to live, is non-null. And then break. And that's that. We have to do one more little check. If A is null and B is null, just return. If there's nothing to swap here if both are null, right? And then an else if. And we have our logic. Okay, so we've now updated our inventory bag to support empty slots, and that's good because in our where do we have that? If we go back to our UI here, bag slot UI there. In the bag grid, we set the bag, we set the slots. And in the bag slots, we get the item. Otherwise, this would fail, right? Because this is going to give us like slot 12, and we only have 2 items, and that's not going to work. I'm curious to see how close we are. So we're going to run it, and we're going to find out what's going on. Well, not exactly what I wanted to happen. It's not exactly what I wanted, but that's okay. We'll go figure out what we messed up. So here's our bag slot UI. We're going to debug through and see why we got all silver items. So in the bag grid, let's put a breakpoint here. Let's attach Unity. Stop and restart. Okay, so bag slot of 0, get the bag. Bag slot of 1. I want to look, oh, inventory is null. Why is our inventory not set? I thought I was instantiating a new inventory. Did I get that wrong? Actors or battle components. I'll put a breakpoint here. We should have, that should be set up, attach. Just getter setter. Let's try this again. Yeah. Maybe we're throwing an exception. I wasn't even looking to see if we had a bug. Let's see that. So add to bag, right? We have a new test item. That's good. You go away now. Yeah, we have a little bug here. Bag slot UI, line 13. Bag slot UI. Bag slot UI, not battle UI. Bag slot UI. Obviously, that's not working. We had another bug up here. Load is not allowed to be called from a modern behavior. I don't care about you. Is that all our problem is? Because I understand our test items aren't going to load in the way we're looking for. Inventory bag. Oh, because battle component inventory bag. Let me look at something. Go to definition. This is a base item. Go. This is not going to work, right? Go to definition. Okay, it's fine. So the instantiation of this has to be a little different. I am in battle component. Just for test purposes, all this is going to get bound up properly eventually. In the bag grid, we'll say if character UI.actor.inventory is null. Breakpoint there. And then that will allow us to load prefabs. Yep, let's try it. Okay, debug through, fill bag. That works now. Okay, so we get a bag, we break, we're good. We now have an inventory. We have a bag which has 24 of lists, and there we go. Okay, take our breakpoint off. Now the question is, why are we still throwing a bunch of errors? Item slot drag item 52. wrong one. If item not null. So on start, we should have an item at this point. Let's rerun this. We're getting closer. What's up, Faith? Trying to generate a simple grid of blocks and trying to store the blocks in a 1D array, but how was the equation again to access the correct index? It is x, isn't it x times width plus y? Or have I been staring at a screen too long? It is, it's width times your row plus your column. Yes, width times your row plus your column. So width times y, which is your row, plus x. That's correct. That's correct, Faith. Wanted to rerun this, right? Item is set to test item, which has an atlas, so all this is correct. Oh, that probably does not help us. What I'm going to do now is if it is an no, we don't even need this anymore. Let's see where that gets us. Okay, it's a little better. Thanks for the follow up there. A little better, but we still have this line 49. We still have a problem here. Do we not have our sprites? It's an update item, right? Or are we also in line 55? I think our problem is we're not getting the icon sprite anymore. Did I mess up our inventory bag slots? So from the bag slot item slot drag item, right? Item slot drag item. We have a UI sprite. No, that's correct. Put a breakpoint here. Let's put some breakpoints. See what the heck I'm breaking. Charge into it, Faith. Charge right into it, buddy. Thanks for the follow up there. Yeah, by the way, Faith, I'm assuming you are putting your print. Well, it doesn't really matter, right? So, Rocco, what you wrote and what Faith typed out is exactly the same. Y times width plus X, or Y times width in parentheses plus X, exact same thing when it executes. So, item icon sprint. Oh, when are we calling update item? Oh, call stack. Because we're setting the item from here. We just have to do a little check here. So debug, terminate all. If not equal to null, or if it's null, just return. And then in on start, if item is not null, let's just re-trigger update item on it so that it will render. I think that'll fix us. There we go. There's our 2 item slots, guys. So now I think we can do this. Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. We lost. We lost the world. Our swap isn't working. But I want... Oh, that's right. This didn't even get called, did it? Let's see what's going on with swap. Let's rerun that. Am I attached? Let's attach. Let's take this item. And let's drag it here. Apparently that was a little buggy bug. Let's drag that there. Okay, so is equips false? False. We got our source drag item. We know what our self is. So we're gonna do the crap. Go away. Go away. Come back. Okay, we set up our items. That's fine. So if false and false, We now want to swap old item, which was target item. And, uh-oh, we're swapping the same slot. We want to swap it with us. Yeah, sorry, this is bad logic. We want to swap target item, which kind of, these should be, but target item is item now. And old item should be the old item. I mean, because ultimately we should be able to do this, right? Cloned from, and we don't want to use item. Item would be bad. This is what we want to be cloning or swapping. Okay, let's take a look. And the old item, the target item is old. So cloned from item should be null, because we're going to a slot below. So null, and both are null now. How is that even possible? We look at our item. This item is null, because this is where we're dragging to. No, it's not where we're dragging to. So there's our surface. There's our target. All right, I'm going to put a breakpoint here now and see what's going on. Let's try this again. Okay, so target item is null, but our item is also null. We got a bug. How can item be null, but we are rendering something? And cloned from item. Oh, cloned from item. Why am I using item? We should be using cloned from item. Sorry, let me fix this. I think that was our bug. That, I believe, was the bug. So we drag now. Target item is good. Cloned from item is now null. And then we want to do our little swappy swap. I'm just gonna let it run and look at the bag and see. Yeah, we swapped. Okay. Well, did we swap? We didn't swap into the right position. I gotta do some rework here. So we actually swapped into there, but because we're showing an icon there, because we don't run an update on it, we're kind of messed up. That actually will work, but there's an item here that our slots got all messed up. Okay. So I'm going to add a new swap option, void swap by index, int A and int B is equal to A, sorry, bag of A, because you want to say bag of A is now bag of B. It's a very simple, this is a very simple swap, and this will allow us to swap by index. B is equal to T, right? So we'll do a swap by index, but then from our swap here, cloned from slot, bag slot, which is our slot number, I believe. Or am I thinking about this wrong? Bag slot, there we go. Swap by index. And then target. And that will swap the items correctly in the bag based off of there now. And I want to debug that. Stop running after compiles. Okay. That's how it runs, King, right? You fix a bug, 2 more pop up. Attach our debugger. Let's see if we can swap it back and be okay. Swap it back now. So our current bag has item at 8, because remember we do a row of 7, and then, or a row of 8, 0 through 7, and then 8. So that's in the perfect position. We want to swap it back, and if we look in our bag now, it got swapped back. Okay, so swap is working as we want it to, which is good. Add items wherever you want in your inventory. Organize your inventory. I don't care. We probably need to have a... Oh, it's because I'm dragging this to the corner here. So but even though the item is on the bag, we might have to do a little bit of work on the drag stop. But we'd have to go to the base code for that. Because if I drag, say I pull this, right? And I say, well, if I let go of the mouse here, where do you think it's going to go? No, Andy, I haven't done one yet. Not today. Well, we'll probably do one at the end of the stream, though. If I was to drop the mouse here, all right. So if I was to drop the mouse here, obviously it's going to go where the mouse is, right? Maybe we need to center our drag target, our cloned item on the mouse, and that will simplify things a little better here. And right now we can't drag to here. We don't allow this to happen because we got to re-implement this. Okay, other side of the coin. That'll swap. I want to have a way to update from the bag. So from the bag grid, let's add a stop debugging. Public void refresh bag. We're going to go through the grid. Wait, hold on. I'm going to store these. I'm going to have a list of bag slot UI grid items. So we can store them. And then we just want to do for each var slot in grid items. What are we trying to do here? We have the slot UI. We want to just reset all of the items, right? So we want to say bag slot slot dot bag, no, slot dot item. How do we get to the item? Do I have a way of getting to the item here? Because we know what our slot index is. We know what that is. Do we just need to call a refresh here and then go internally? I think that's what we'll do. Slot refresh item. And then from here, we just want to do this is equal to bag dot bag of our bag slot. And don't throw that. So that will basically, we want to rebind, right? It's a UI refresh. We want to rebind everything. Because in our inventory bag, while we've written a bunch of functionality, region, bag actions, collapse all that. We also have other slots. We have a public base item for weapon. Let's just call it right now weapon slots. Just getter setter, public base item. We'll just have a weapon slot for now, and then we can add on to that. Because in the UI, we want to bind this now, right? So we have our equipment panel. I thought we created, I guess we'll create a new slot script for that. equipment UI. Reload all. Apparently I put a bad character in here. Have you already done the Steam give? Oh, sorry. I'm catching up on chat here. It wasn't me. Unity was just thrown null because it wanted to. That's why we love Unity. Okay, Faith. Okay, Faith. Sorry, back to our inventory panel. Boom. Add that here. So our inventory panel... Where'd our inventory panel go? It should be part of our battle and mat UI. I don't see my inventory panel. Did this not reload? I called it equipment UI. Whew, wow. Public, not public. We want to bind the same thing here, our character UI. Yeah, public character UI. To our character UI. Let that recompile. Drag it down there. Okay, on top of that, we need to have some slots as well. So these are equipment slots, which is an equipment slot UI. Okay, good. So public equipment slot UI weapon slot. Let that recompile. And then we'll drag here. No reference errors. Conspiracy, guys. Conspiracy. Okay, so what does the weapon equipment slot do for us? We need to bind some data here as well, because the weapon equipment slot is going to ultimately get a, if we look at our prefabs again, it should get, I kind of want to delete that. We'll get to that. It's going to get an item icon, right? Which will be an item slot drag item eventually. It doesn't always have one, because one will get, will drag, actually no, this should always have an item icon. Why don't we have an item icon here? I don't want a bag slot, sorry. I wanted an item, that's what this is for, yeah. Should always have an item icon, otherwise there's no drag target. And clone on drag. Apply, thank you so much for the follow out there, guys. I appreciate those. What am I missing here? So this, see here. That's a UI button. Man, we're missing a, I don't want to use this. This be bad. Delete. I want to break, I just want this. But I can't just grab that by default, so we'll do it this way. Get rid of you. We'll add this. We'll take this out. Are you sure? Yeah, I want to break the prefab instance. Yes. Because the equipment slot is going to become its own prefab. Okay. And equipment slots. Do I need anything else? We don't. So let's prefab this now. Okay, that's better. And we'll call this the weapon slot. Because their equip panel has our weapon slot, which has an item icon. Okay, so from equipment slot UI, we should get the draggable item. Items that I call item slot drag item, item slot drag item, drag item. Look that up at start. Get component in children. Okay, so now we have the drag item. That's good. And we have the equipment slot item. Void set item, base item, which really is this drag item is equal to item. That will pass through. Okay, so now from the equipment slot, that's the UI. There's the equipment UI. We need a refresh here. Or, yeah, it's public, and then we'll do a public. I don't have the items, though, so we won't refresh that way. We have the equipment UI. I just need to bind this. We need to bind it now. So we have our weapons slot. We have our hero panel. We need to do it here. Yeah, okay. Essentially, we're saying weapon slot set weapon slot is equipment slot UI. Equipment slot UI just needs to be public. Set item is equal to our character UI dot actor dot inventory dot weapon slot. That's how we bind. And then we need a way to just refresh these. Equipment UI, that's public. Yeah, so from the equipment UI. So now from the drag item slot drag item, we can add some more data here. Else if is not a source and is target. So if we're going from bag to equipment, we're equipping an item basically, right? We kind of want to do, we still have the old item, we have the new item. What I want to say from the bag, weapon slot. Oh, well, we don't know what slot this is actually, do we? Ooh, that's, we need an enum. All right, so we have those are fine. Let's go back to our inventory bag. So we can access it that way, which is okay, but we need also say public void equip a base item, and I'm gonna add the enum here. All we have is weapon slot right now. Don't need that. And slot. And then we'll say switch slots case weapon. Okay, let's try that again. If it's a weapon slot is equal to item. Break. Okay, so now we have equip, but we also need to set up inventory bag.slot in our UI. So I just need to say public. Is this where I want to put it? Equipment slot. When we say the weapon slot, that's going to come from a prefab. Yep, I got to do it this. So we'll put it here. Public inventory bag.slot. Equipment slot. Let's getter setter. Okay. So when we need, so that item is fine. We know what slot it is. At start time, I just need to bind everything. I just need to say the weapon slot dot equipment slot is equal to inventory bag dot slot. What did I just do here? Inventory bag, right? Yeah, thank you. Slot dot weapon. We just need to bind up all the right slots here so that when we refresh items, what we can then say is, we'll do this the other way. So inventory. Well, that set item is fine, right? It's the drag. We needed this in the drag side. Yeah, okay. So source drag item. Just get the bag. So I'm going to do this var bag is equal to that. Makes things a little easier for us. Okay, so bag equip. Okay, so going from bag to equipment, that means the source, which is our cloned from item. And then from here, we need to get to the equipment slot UI, which we actually have. Var equip slot UI. Because from here, I need to know what slot it is, equipment slot. And that will equip it. And maybe equip will have implementation here to say remove from bag our item. So when we equip an item, it'll come from the bag, and then we'll try and remove it. Thank you for the follow out there, by the way. So that will, let's see if this works. Right, guys? Let's see if this works. This is all the way from the start. Starting to get complex here, but not too much. You're working with your team to build an RPG trillion? Nice, man. Nice. Well, welcome to the stream. Hopefully, I can give you some help. Hopefully, you watch something and says, "Oh, I could do that better." You know, just like what I did right there. What was our problem? Did we not have a target? Sorry, let me try that again. Helps when I'm paying attention. We have a surface. Oh, we do not have a target of an item slot drag item. Let me check what I messed up. But we should also then say if target is null. What in the hell, man? Oh, God, go away. Return. Okay, so item slots. Oh, item slot drag item. Oh, we need to get what is our surface that we're dragging onto here. That's our problem. Weapon slot should not be a container. This is our, this needs to be the container. So let me add a component, drag and drop container, and then apply that, and then remove the drag and drop container here, and apply that. Debug attach. You would think there'd be a proper error if you create a function that looks like void int myfunc, just saying invalid token. I don't know, King Recycle. Unity, not Unity. That's a mono thing. So we don't have a target still. What is surface? Let's find out what surface is. Can we see? Oh, we're dragging onto the main camera, guys. Apparently, I do not have, which can make sense if this is not it's a box collider, so what's the problem? UI drag and drop container. What's the difference here? This is a drag drop container, and this then is an item slot drag item. So maybe I need to put the drag drop container back. We'll do that after we stop debugging. It's just sprites, equipment slot, or bag slot. Needs to be a drag drop container. What's the difference here? Box, UI, because I think I just copied these, right? Item slot as a tween color. Fine. UI sprites. So that shouldn't have a drag drop container. And then we're going to enable debugging on this. So first, let's undo this. Apparently, I don't know what I'm doing. Put our drag drop container back. Did we have to have a reparent? Let me rerun this real quick. Turn something in a void function, but error couldn't be more. Oh, I see, King. Yeah, sounds like a good error, man. We do have a reparent target, but that's because it's going to pop up. And we should also have a reparent target. Let's go to the camera. Oh, debug is on, right? So main camera, when I drag over here, it's finding it, but we're not finding it here. Oh, hold on. It's, you know what? I know what the problem is. Our box collider is off. There we go. Let's apply that. Helps when you have a box collider that's in their correct position. They look so confusing. Nah, they're not that confusing, buddy. There we go, right? Obviously, we have some issues here. 97. Let's make sure we attach Unity now. And we can go see what's on. So 97, it doesn't like us trying to equip. So let's see if we can drag this back. Oh, we don't have the other way going back here, but also source drag item bag slot bag is not always set. But here we go. Let's see here. No, it should always be set, right? That should always not be null. So bag slots, bag. Okay, so we have our bag. And if we look at our bag, we don't have a weapon slot. Our bag has both of our items, so this is fine. True and false. So if false and is true, from the cloned from, oh, we're not getting our equipment. Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense, because we're going from bag to equipment. Cloned from is the bag item. We need to go to target to get what we're looking for. Yeah, inventory is easy, guys. The UI can be a little funky. But if you're a whiz with UI, maybe it's not so difficult. Okay, so now we pop in here, right? We have our target. We have our equipment slot. We know that this is a weapon. Oh, cloned from item is null. Target item is our test item. Oh, that's right, because we've already moved it. Sorry, let me terminate all. We've already done the swap, right? So the target item, which is in the UI weapon slot, we now need to equip it into the bag. I could even work in such a tiny environment for so long. So much room in Unity. I know, man. I need to get a 4K monitor. I don't know what I'm going to do streaming-wise, though, if I move to 4K. I got to find a good, 4K capture card, King. And I don't know if there's any decent 4K capture cards that are not 10 grand or something. because I capture to an encoding machine. So there's our target item. There's our equipment slots. Let's debug in. See what happens. So switch weapon slot now has our test item, and then we want to remove from bag. We find the index, we remove it, and there we go. We're now equipping. We got to go the other way, and oh, we also have to handle swap this way, right? Let's debug. Let's terminate. In here, we need to know if there's a swap going on, right? So we equip the item, which is fine. But what if we already had something in that weapon slot? We need to put it back into our bag, which is target item. All we have to do is say if the cloned from item now, which is old item. We can actually say if old item is not equal to null, bag.add to bag, old item. That won't work because we need to put it into a specific index. Okay, this will work. This will add it back to the bag, and then we need to call bag.swap by index. And what do we need to swap this with? No, we don't need to swap it. We just need to add bag into a specific index. Int index. By default, we won't do it. And that way we don't have to do this. We can just say if greater than or equal to 0, bag of index is equal to item. Otherwise, find the first open slot. So that will allow us to add to bag at indexes, because in this add to bag, we want to add it. And we want to add it from, that's where we're dropping to, cloned from bag slots, bag slot. Let's debug that now. Well, hold on. So we need to go the other way, or boop, boop, boop. Yeah, no, let's debug this. I have enough in here that I can debug that logic. Let's just write that check. Okay, Wicked. Okay, Wicked. Okay, so this obviously we know will work, but will the swap part, is that going to be bad? Let's find out. We get the equipment slot. So clone from bag slot is 0, and old item is null. Actually, oh, and if old item is not null. And if we look at our bag now, because we've already removed it, it's fine. So that case is good. Now we want to do this is a swap now that we're looking for, right? Okay, cloned item, bag slot is 1. The bag hasn't moved. We're going to equip it. So now if we look at our bag, if you note it, when we pull this up, we have no items in here, and our weapon slot is test item 2. Essentially, right now, we have lost test item 1. It's sitting in old item. We just need to add it back to the bag at slot 1. Now if we look at our bag, and we see slot 1 has test item. Okay, so we can now swap between an equip slot and a bag slot. No problem. No problem. And we can swap between these slots, right? We're good. Now I want to be able to swap this way, because if I swap this way, it's going to fail. And, ooh, is this going to swap onto itself? Yeah, I figured that was going to happen. Line 88. We should... Line 88. If I am... How do I know if I'm swapping onto myself? I know how to check. Because this line, obviously there's no source drag item, because I guess there's no, no, there should always be a source drag item. There was no bag slot bag though. Oh, that's because no, hold on. This is, let me go fix this. Implementation. References. Where do I create the new inventory? Thought I did that. New bag inventory. No, new inventory. Did I just? Oh my god. No, that's fine. Yeah, new. Thought I misspelled something. What the frick? Where's my constructor? Where are you at? Pop open. There it is. There it is. Okay, so this happens in the bag grid, but there is a possibility. I gotta move this code. We're gonna move this code up into the character UI. Because this gets created first. What was going on is when we were creating this, it was getting a null bag inventory. So now the question is, are we supporting the swapping between two inventory slots? We're not doing that right now. Let's go do that. Else if both are inventory slots. We want to do this. Yep, we want to do this. So we want to equip the target. Wait, one of these is going to be no. One of these could possibly be null. Let me make sure I'm doing this the right way. So target will never be null. So this is where we're dragging onto. And we could just say equip that item. You're not ready to spend $800 and 144 hertz? That's true, King. 1 second, Pudo. There you go, buddy. You have a Hackintosh allowing maybe how complicated is to set up a secondary capture rig? That way, if it's not too much trouble. Cropper, it could be as simple or as complex. We need inventory stacking. Press and get out of here. It could be as complex or as simple as you want to make it. I mean, at the very least, you need some type of capture card and some type of video card output replication, right? I use an HDMI splitter. So basically, I have monitor 1 out of my main PC into an HDMI splitter, and then that splits up to the actual monitor 1. And then the split goes out to a capture card. So that's how I'm able to capture monitor 1, which you see on top of here. That goes to another PC. Then you have to worry about audio at that point. And there's lots of ways to set up the audio capture. Okay, so if equip slot source and it's a target for going from equipment slot to equipment slot, first thing is say equip target item. We've already done the swap, so we want to equip that. Now we've got to do var source equip slot UI. Is going to be from our clone, our cloned from. Is that what we want to do? Is clone from is what we're dragging from? Yeah. And we'll say bag equip. The cloned from item and use this as our equip slot. So that should swap the two. We'll debug that. And at the same time, let's do the other way around. So if it's the inverse of this. if we're going from an equip slot back to the bag, right? This is from equip to equip slot, from equip to bag. Okay, so if we're going back to the bag, we need to then get this. And what we're going to equip into the source is the target item. Right, target item. No, cloned from. We've already swapped it around, so this is what we want to do. Because cloned from has the target item now. Yep, and then if, and then we don't use old item, we want to use target item, because that's been swapped. If target item not equal to null, we want to bag, add to bag, that's the item, and target, this is what I'm looking for. Bag slot. Isn't that what I want? Bag, source drag item, oh sorry, bag slot, dot bag slot. We'll put a breakpoint here. I think that's everything. I think that's everything, guys. Okay, let's run this. Let's see what we got. We have no items because I broke something. Bag slot UI, line 14. Bag is not set. Apparently, when I messed with here, let's do that. And if this is happening, bag slot UI, or the bag grid, let's put a breakpoint here. Let's see what's going on. Attach. The ordering might not be what I wanted. Let's run that. Were they the same? I don't think they were the same. Okay, so the bag grid is getting created first, which means we have a null bag. But what we have an actor, but this just hasn't called start yet. Grumble and grumble. All right, I know how I'm going to fix this then. Fine. Fine, oh fine. Battle, actor. Let's go to our battle component for inventory. If inventory is null, and then just return it, and then that will override it. Okay, that should fix us. Oh, just thinking ahead, what if you have a stack of gold and you want to split it? Our system doesn't support that. I don't see us needing to split items. I see what you mean by item splitting, Preston. I get that. I don't know if we're going to support splitting items, but if we did support splitting items, that would be an action that happens before we do the drag, right? So essentially, on drag, if there was a split option, we would give them a prompt for the split, and then we would create the new item, and then add that to the bag or whatever, and then that's what we'd pop into that spot when we did the on drag target stuff. But I don't think we're going to do item splits. All right, so now the back, we're good. That's good. Swapping back now. I'm not debugging anything here, and I think I have some bugs flying up on us. I thought I had a breakpoint, but okay, let's just put a breakpoint there. Let's try that again. Bag slot is null. Why is our bag slot? Bag slot should never be null. Let's stop debugging here. Let me see what is up. Because bag slot is here. Oh, that's a bag slot UI, right? Oh, we don't always have a bag slot UI. Because in here we have a equipment slot UI. I wonder if equipment slot just needs to be, because that has our inventory, that has the bag slot. And if you know, we have a weapon slot, or I mean a equipment slot UI, which gives us the equipment slot. I think this is going to be a bag slot as well. That will give us everything we need. Yeah, you can have your cursor act as an inventory slot. That's true. Hey, Topper, how's it going, man? So drop, no bugs, drop back. SpaghettiOs. Item slot 114. I thought I had my debugger attached. Apparently I don't. It's fine. But 114 is in here, and we'll see why that is bad. So is equip slots and is not equipped in his target, right? Yeah. Essentially what we were just trying to do there. So if we drag it back, here we should be fine. Now let's go back this way. Yep, so is equip slot is source and target is not, because it's the bag, going from equipment to bag. Let's take a look at our, bag is null. So it's a weapon. If we go to base, bag slot right is 0, but the bag is null because we actually never assign it. I know why. That is okay. In our equipment UI, when we're setting this up, we need to say weapon slot bag is equal to character UI actor inventory. Got to bind everything correctly, guys. Oh, on your player attribute UI making, it looks like this might be neater. Oh, yeah. Oh, I like that, Preston. Yeah, instead of having, I know what you mean. I think we'll do that, actually. Instead of having the text box on the same line. I like that, Preston. That's a little cleaner. We'll do that. Hey, Silent Fallen. How's it going, man? All right, so if we pop back. All right, no more buggy bug. Just to make sure it's attached. Okay, so I want to look at the bag right now. Item 0, good. Weapon slots test. Okay, after the swap, if we look at bag now, weapon is null, and bag now has test item 1. Okay, good. Now comes the other trick. We know that works. When I swap this way, it should pop into... we need to test as well, but let's make sure this works. So if we look at the bag now, weapon slot is 2, and bag, why'd that go into item 1? That should not have gone into item 1, because the source drag is not what we want to use here. We want to use the target drag, and that's going to be bad. That's we're desynced, because we don't want to use the source drag item. We want to know the target source drag item from here gets us the bag slots. Or we can use source drag, that gets us there. Cloned from is our source, our target. Okay. Let's redo this. We know that's going to be okay. This is what we're looking to test. We look at our bag now. Weapon slot is item 2, and now in slot 1 is good. So this is synchronized. This is our last test. If we drag back on top of ourselves. Which should go into right here, right? Okay, so we have a target. We have the equipment slot. We know that the slot is a weapon, and we want to say item 2 is in a weapon. And we're going to say item 2 is a weapon, right? We're just setting it twice, and that's fine. It's not that big a deal when we put on top of ourselves. What will be interesting is when we add another slot here, we can then swap between equip slots. Like say we add two ring slots, or 2 weapon slots even, right? Right hand, left hand weapon, or something like that. What we're not doing right now, FYI, is checking if this item can even go in this slot, because, right, you can't attach like a helmet into your weapon slot. That wouldn't make any sense. Well, maybe it would. Maybe you can attack with a helmet. But we don't have that in place yet. But otherwise, the new UI is working. I want to go back and see if the game is still playing properly. So I'm going to save everything here. I'm going to hide the new UI, show the old UI, show the battle mat, put our temporary character creator back in play here, unload. So because we've done so many view changes and crazy stuff like that, let's just make sure everything's okay. And we need to hide this, but that's fine. But it looks like this old UI is going to go away, so the fact that it's off now, I'm not worried about. More importantly, is that everything looks, everything's still drawing correctly. It's a framework for UI, and that's a good start. It is, man. It is a good start, Preston. Feels good, man. Feels good. Huh. Don't you attack me. Yeah, okay, good. Everything's still working. This is the longest fight in our life right here. And I'm going to let it go. Because why not? Just for a moment. Just for a second. As I close a bunch of stuff down right here. Okay. Yeah, alright, good. It's good to know that all the camera tweaks we did didn't mess up all of our placements, right? I'm going to get rid of you. We're going to reload. We're going to remove. Hide the game again. Hide the old canvas so we can go back to our UI route where we left off. All right. Let's add a couple things. Now that we have our basic inventory UI swapping going on and it's hooked up to code and we're good. I like it. We're not done with our equipment panel. While we have a weapon slot, and that's cool, and the bag is cool, we need to get some other items in here. Create an empty, add a component of UI label. I think it's, yeah, label. And we want to use our font. Boop. And then if you remember, we had to create member. We have to create this crazy font size because of our scaling problem. And then, of course, we got to scale it up. And then we'll scale it back down, don't you worry. We don't want to shrink content, resize freely. Well, I guess that's fine. Oh, I guess we should put some data in here, right? Weapon. Make sure we're moving things correctly. Why can't I move my weapon slot? Isn't a weapon slot? Oh, it does not have a widget. I want to add a widget container. There's a weapon slot. I thought we had a widget here. Yeah, what happened to our widget? Okay, because it's 495 by 495, I think. Do I recommend a course or a book for learning game programming? Spent a lot of time trying to figure it out on my own and not moving forward with anything. So Silent Fallen, where are you with general programming? Yeah, Microsoft Virtual Academy is not a bad place if you're looking to want to learn C#. Absolutely not. Ooh, careful here. Okay, so now we can move this around, which is kind of what I wanted to do. Let me apply that so it goes back to the prefab. That's not what I want to move around. Let's call this a label. So this should actually be, what's the size of this thing? Not resize freely, resize height freely, and then 495 to make it fit. And then we can lower this down. Kind of like that. And we're going to have a panel where, if I can find the right panel here, we're going to put borders around this stuff so it'll be separated off. We just haven't done that right now in this label. Should we change? We should change the color. Do we just go black? Do we... I'm trying to think. White kind of works. Black's probably more readable though. Am I misspelling weapon? Why did nobody tell me? Wait. Or am I just going brain dead? I think I'm just going brain dead. Yeah, leave me alone. Don't talk to me right now. Okay, so we have a weapon slot. Let's create another slot. Let's call this armor slot. I don't know how many slots we're going to have yet, how many weapons. Remember, some of this stuff we're kind of doing as we go, right? Can I move these? I can't move them as a pair, but that's all right. We'll adjust in a moment. Let's keep it in the same Y quadrant, which it already is. And that way this will line up. That looks pretty decent. Let's call this armor. We need to bind this now in the UI. In our equipment UI. Stop debugging. Add a new equipment slot for armor slot. Wait for that to build. And it'll pop in here. And then we can drag this here. And we should be able to run it and see what's going on. Let's see. You know enough C++ to be dangerous and enough C# to make a Windows app using forms. Okay. Yeah, then I think maybe you should start with like a Unity, the Unity tutorials. After work from now on, or is this a holiday special? I'm going to be streaming regularly, Wicked. So it was a holiday special to kick things off, but I will be streaming regularly. I'll have a weekend schedule, and I'll probably do 1 or maybe 2 evenings after work as well. So let's see. Let's put a sword into my armor slot. So good. Let's swap these around. Let's now... I closed you down. I just want to see if what's in the bag. Because we don't have an editor UI for our inventory bag. I don't know if we're going to add one or not. It's not really the biggest deal. But now if I swap these around... right here, so I can look at the bag. Oh, we only have a weapon slot right now. That's that will not help us. That won't help us, guys. Let's go to our inventory system. Let's add an armor slot. Let's add an armor slot. Let's add a case for it. Go back to the equipment UI. Character UI, actor, inventory, armor slot. All right, that will bind everything up. After your programming job, oh my God. You've been in a serious programming funk. Well, that can't stand, dude. We got to defunkify. Gonna have to defunkify. All right, so let's try this now. Let's do our swap. Let's take a look at the bag. We don't have an armor slot set. No bueno. But that makes sense because that is not being set right now. I don't think, if I remember, we want to, I forgot one place. Bind everything up, right? Boom, okay. Okay, attach. I think we're gonna get it this time. I think we're gonna do it, guys. Let's see if we can swap here. Get to the bag. All right, so the bag now has an armor. Test 2, test 1. Our bag is empty. I'm very proud of myself for doing that. Let's see if the 2 slots have swapped though. Armor now has test. Weapon has test 1. Okay, guys, we got it. We got it. I'm so good. So good at this. Let's turn off our debug in the camera. Don't need that anymore. Okay, we have 2 item slots. They're not doing anything. We have to add some on hovers to show some data down here. Because in our hero panel, maybe we'll... Where do we want to show? That's a good point. Good point. Maybe we'll put in our hero panel. Yeah. We have hero data. We have our stat grid. I want to copy and paste this whole stat grid. See if I can move. Can I move the grid all at once? Ooh, it will never move it. Is that because we have an anchor? It's because we have an anchor. Let's see. Bottom left? How come there's no bottom left? Oh, there it is. And I don't actually want it to be bottom. Actually, I'm going to remove this anchor. Remove that component. I don't know what that's going to do to us. It's going to mess us up or not, but we'll fix it. Because what I want to add, and these stat objects have stat name, stat values, if you guys remember. this is probably going to become a little bit more dynamic because different items will have different stats, right? Obviously, we'll have a name. And there's a value. And then here, you know, this could be damage, for instance. As a for instance, if we run this real quick, where are these gonna end up? I think they're gonna go all over the place. Yeah, they go to the center. But that's okay. We're gonna fix that in a different manner. We're going to fix this in a different manner. In fact, I'm just going to delete this for now because, yeah. And instead, what we'll do is add a new object as a widget. And I'm getting good with NGUI, with all the basics of NGUI. I haven't done anything complex. This is going to be an item, item hover. Item hover panel. Increase the size so we can see it. And I can do this. Because I want to use the top part for our current hero stats, and then we'll show plus minuses, right? If we want to see what happens if we when we hover over something, it'll show us what the changes will be from here. But when you hover over an item, I want to show the details for it. And why? Oh, actually, we should go down. Why is this hero data not going all the way to the bottom? So that the panel here has more room to work with. Okay, snap on in. Give us half the screen to work. Okay, so let's add I don't want to add an anchor to this. I just want to make sure that this doesn't move in game. And let's see, does stuff move around? I just want to also, okay, good. Anchoring is pretty good. Go back to our normal game mode. We're going to create a new control for this. I think we're going to get up to a little bit advanced for NGUI, and we're going to write our own control instead of us trying to build a control in the UI, a bunch of name values. I think I'm going to, at this point, I want to go create my own control so that we can have the hover, and we'll bind it to, we'll set whatever items on there in the draw. So my account that I used to produce is suspended, worked yesterday, suspended today. Oh my God, Fallout, I have no idea, buddy. I don't know. We've made a lot of changes right now. I need to make sure I go commit everything. Inventory, GUI, script, system basics, stage everything, commit it all. And our item system is actually not done yet, guys, so I'm not committing it back to the master branch. We're still working on this feature branch. Once we're done, of course, we'll move it over. But yeah, we're still committing to it. We're still working on it. All right, guys, that is going to be it for today. I will be back probably in a couple days. End of the holidays here. I'm going to be setting up my new streaming schedule. It'll definitely be on, you should not place more than one widget on the same object. Weird stuff will happen. Sorry, I just saw this error. I will be back in a couple days. I will get my schedule updated. It will be below in Twitch. I'll also tweet out what the new schedule is going to be when I know it. I got to figure out what it's going to be first. But it'll be amazing. Don't you worry. More than likely, it'll be, I'll stream Sunday mornings like I always used to do and did yesterday. Possibly Saturday mornings as well, so get the weekends in. And then there'll be another day there. So there'll be somewhere in the week, maybe Wednesday. I'm not sure what that's going to be yet. Weird stuff, magic will happen, Preston. Thanks. I'll also be getting chat back up on the screen. That's been off for a while, so I'm going to get that up and running again, so don't worry about that next time we stream. But that's it for now, guys. We'll be back. We're going to be continuing to work on this. This has been a fun holiday project, and I kind of want to keep going with it. I want to finish up items and get them into combat and all that stuff. So come back. Enjoy us day 6 in a couple days, guys. Until then, I will see you next time.